for that track. And we are live. Hello and welcome to those of you that are yet to be arriving and watching the recording. Much love, much blessings to all of you. Welcome to those of you that just popped in. Namaste. How are you guys doing? I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Hope everybody's having a great day. Smiling. We're going to be starting off the show, Indy Sage and myself, which is with a topic which is, I think it's quite close to both of our hearts, really. And obviously, this is the I-Ching. And the I-Ching is really quite a profound topic if you get right down to it, because there's so much to it. And when we speak about the nature of, the very nature of this experience of life as it's being created, the I-Ching really gives us the impression of source code. And I think this is probably what has driven a lot of people's ideas relating to the I-Ching, relating to the universe and perceiving and experiencing the universe as, as a matrix of sorts, because it definitely gives the impression that we're in a structure of source code. And we can even see, like, as we get into the show. And namaste, dear Luna. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Hope you're having a good day. Namaste to the rest of you that have joined us. The whole idea of the universe being a matrix, that this whole structure is source code. It's a binary structured code. And this is what the whole basis of the I-Ching seems to be implying. Obviously, Confucius is credited to putting much of the text that we know, which is the body of information that comes with the various trigrams and hexagrams. As we go into it, we'll look at it a little bit more. We'll also get a bit of a sense of how this relates to the Tarot and what the Kabbalah has that links it to the I-Ching, and how this relates to the 5 elements, these 5 different interchangeable aspects, these 5 relationships between these 8 trigrams. We're going to look at how this implies the sacred geometry that we know, that we can see within the flower of life. It's all there. So welcome to all of you. We've got Indy Sage in the space with us. For those of you that don't know Indy Sage, he'll be with us in a moment. He's just getting a couple of things sorted. Indy Sage is a shadow worker. And so he helps people engage with the parts of themselves that they've repressed, left behind, forgotten, pushed away because it's too painful, or because they're afraid, or because life has just been moving too fast and they've been holding on to the merry-go-round and leaving themselves behind. So Indy Sage is very much embedded in shadow work. He also happens to have a very close place in his heart for the I-Ching, which is great, because we're really going to dive into it. Namaste, dears Indy. It's an honor to have you. Please do tell us a little bit about yourself and a little introduction, if you would.
Yeah, so glad to be here today. It's going to be a great show. I've studied the I-Ching for 24 years, and I started my practice in Taoism in the year 2000, and it's been a life-changing experience. I was in a time in my adolescence as a young adult that I was looking for wisdom of life that I wasn't finding in the church, and I found in Taoism that the mysticism of Taoism is said to be the most ancient, and or amongst the most ancient at least, and it contains the openness to embody all different belief systems, and the Tao itself is considered to be a mystery, and so it doesn't take on a masculine or feminine role per se. It's more considered, it's associated with the dragon sometimes, but it's associated with the mind. That's the source of all things in the physical realm. That's the manifestations of that mind, which come in place as yin and yang. And so what we see is yin and yang. And it's said that with these two eyes, we cannot see anything without contrast. And the Tao is just that. The Tao is without contrast. It is everywhere, in all places and all times. It's ubiquitous and omnipotent and omnipresent. So it's a beautiful thing. The I-Ching is a beautiful thing with the trigrams. We have 64 trigrams in the I-Ching that are embodiments of the different energies of the world. And so everything can be associated, everything in the world can be associated with one of the trigrams or hexagrams of the I-Ching to describe its essence, to describe its substance. And a lot of the symbols in the I-Ching are associated with an animal or like a landscape and in a cardinal direction as well. So, and there's a lot more to it, like any mystical system. It's all embodying. So we're going to get into that and some tarot and some geomancy. Hopefully Gabe will be able to come on the show to talk about the tarot a little bit. He's so well versed in it. And geomancy is an amazing thing as well. I've done some dowsing in my time, using a dowsing rod to find water, and been able to understand that the ley lines are sacred places. And I found that a lot of these ancient sites are built on the points in the ley lines where there's high spiritual energy. And those were places where people would go to worship but not live, because to live in those places is a bit too intense at times. So we're going to get into a lot of this stuff on the show. It's going to be really fun. I'm going to go look for a little chart that I have on the Bagawa from Fuzi, the Green Emperor that created the I-Ching. And we're going to get this show going here. Thanks for the great introduction, Franklin.
Thank you, dear brother. Yeah, man. Looking forward to this one. Namaste, Lauren. Hope you're well. And to all the other people that are joining us in the chat. So the I-Ching. We're going to crank off with the I-Ching. And then I'm going to look at the major arcana. How the major arcana and the I-Ching are fundamentally connected. Yeah, man. Lovely to see you, dear Lauren. And we're going to look at this in terms of the Kabbalah, in terms of the 32 paths of wisdom, and how these 32 paths of wisdom relate to the I-Ching fundamentally. Beautiful. There's the cube. What is that called again? The cube, the Taoist cube? That's a representative of the cube, is it not? And it's got a name.
It is.
Cool, funky name.
I love you.
The Bagawa square. I'm not familiar with the cube name, but it contains the yin and yang within it,
I'll see you in a bit, baby.
which combined create the Tao. And it starts here with 1. Now, as the numbers move, it moves like the knight in chess. 1 to 2, and then 2 to 3, and then 3 goes up to 4. It's hard to do this backwards. I gotta change my screen. 5 and 6. 7 goes up, and then it goes back to moving as a knight.
Love you, baby.
7 goes across and down,
I'll see you in a while.
and then we go across and up. So everything moves like a knight until you get to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it goes back to moving like a knight again. And so on the edges here, we see the different trigrams that are associated with the different numbers. And then from the trigrams, they develop the 64 hexagrams. So it's a little bit more developed in complexity. But this is where it all started. This is the beginning of the yin and yang. This is the beginning of the trigrams. And the Tao Te Ching drew a lot of its wisdom from this system right here.
Could you hold that up another second?
Yeah, see on here.
You know what I'm seeing?
I have.
You know what I'm seeing when I look at that?
What's that?
The square. I'm seeing a Vedic astrological chart.
Yeah.
That's how they're drawn. The 9 planets. And there's something quite fascinating about this. I mean, okay. So fundamentally, the I-Ching represents the binary code of the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so the binary code of the universe, according to the I-Ching, is the structure of creation. So all of the Taoist or Taoist. Now, another thing is like the pronunciation, Taoist or Taoist. The Taoist is the older pronunciation, and the Taoist is the newer pronunciation, based upon mainland China, Taoist, but in Hong Kong and other places, it's still Taoist because they didn't have the same change of political structure. And it was a change of political structure in China that caused the changing of the way in which the words were pronounced. Very interesting. But
there's the Ways Giles
when
in translations. So the Tao can be spelled with a D in the Pinyin translation, I believe it is, and then the Wade Giles is with the T. But I might have those crossed.
Yeah.
But thank you for that. Yeah, and it's just two different ways to translate it. And the like Lao Tzu is one word in the Pinyin, and Lao Tzu, and with a Z-I after Lao. But within the Wade Giles, it's Lao Tzu as two words, and TZU is the second name. So that system is a little bit more referential because they were merging the first and last names of people. So it's difficult to understand what their surname was.
That's really interesting. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, it was.
I hope
breaking up a little.
everything's moving.
But your screen is frozen right now, I think. Oh, you're back.
Your camera seems frozen, but you can hear me, yes?
Yeah, I can hear you good. Your sound's coming clear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. There's a delay on your video somehow.
Okay, I just noticed. Okay, that must be, I wonder if that's StreamYard or if that's my internet. Let me know if it persists and I'll switch internet. But it seems like it's back to normal. Am I right?
Oh, yeah, you're good now. Back in real time.
Okay. Let me know if there's a problem and I'll switch internet. So yeah, that's an interesting footnote as well. Like you say, the way Giles was, I think is in the 50s. Yeah. And then I think it must have been in the 90s that the D started to come into play, right?
Yep.
So it's like basically the last 35 years that it's been changed to the D, or at least in mainland China. But I think in Hong Kong and in other places, they still use the Wade Giles, which is really interesting. So if we look at the actual I-Ching structure, we've got these 8 trigoms. Now, this is really interesting. These 8 trigoms are basically the fundamental building blocks. And these 8 trigoms are combined in a binary fashion with 8 trigoms. And when we look at the 8 fundamental trigoms from an elemental perspective, these represent the interplay of the 5 elements. So the first trigoms, if I remember correctly, are earth element. The next trigom is water element. I believe there's another trigom after that, 2 that are wood. Then I believe there's 1 that is fire, and then there's 2 that are metal. Is that correct? There's 2 wood, 2 metal, 2 earth, 1 fire, and 1 water. I find that really, really interesting because the earth element and the air element has much more. Obviously, the element of air has been in the Taoist system taken as wood and metal because they see air as being binary. So that elemental force seen as wood and seen as metal has got 4 places. So half of the trigoms are based upon the air element, and this binary fashion. In the Kabbalah and Western occult, we consider the element of air to be polar, to be a polarizing element. And so in yoga, in the Kabbalah, wherever you go, Tiferet or Anahata chakra is always represented by a hexagram. the element of air, representing the upward pointing triangle, and the downward pointing triangle, which, if we want to get right down to it, this represents yang yin. But it represents a yang yin in such a fashion that you've got the other 6 points represented of the other elements, plus the fundamental upward pulling triangle and the fundamental downward pulling triangle that represents fire and water, but representing the air and the earth in the 6 points. So all 8 are referenced when we look at the hexagram, which in itself is quite interesting. It's an occult presence, but it is definitely there. So we look at these 8 trigoms, and we see these 8 trigoms as being sort of the polarities that shift. And they're fundamentally metal and wood, which is the air element. And then the next greatest part is the earth element. And then the smallest parts is the fire and the water, which are essentially the masculine, feminine domains of the yang and the yin. So the yang and the yin only has 2 8s in its proper place, 1 and 1. And if we look at the trigoms, this is really another thing to consider. Maybe I should try and find the original 8 trigoms. 8 trigoms of I-Ching. Because if you see them, it will probably make a lot of sense. I think one of them has been repeated. And this in itself is quite interesting. It's like as if one of the trigoms is in a repeat. And because of this, we sort of... Is this my internet acting strange? Very, very strange. Can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you good. Yes.
Everything's working. Good,
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
So these fundamental 8 trigoms, let me get this image open for you so that you can actually see what I'm actually banging on about here, because seeing is believing, and that will give us a little bit of an insight into the specifics of what I'm actually saying here. There we go, share. So if you look at this, and you can see this image here quite clearly, right? Here we have Kun, the earth element, right? Here we have Jen, the mountain, which is another element of earth. And here we have Kan, which is water. And here we have Run, which is wind. And here we have Zen, which is thunder. These are both elements of air. Then we have Li, which is fire. And then we have Dui, which is the lake, right? And then we have Kyan, which is heaven. And so it's quite interesting when we start to consider the way in which these different elements are sort of coming together here. Notice the Kyan, heaven, is all 3. And notice the Kun, the earth, is 3 broken. And so you could consider that earth and the earth and the heaven are essentially one thing. And I'll explain to you why. In the Western occult, we take the 3 fundamental principles, which are these 3 fundamental lines. And we break these 3 lines into, you know, if you want to use them as numbers, 1, then 1, 2, then 2, 3, then 1, 3, right? Then 1, so you got 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. You end up with a code of 7, right? If you take all 3 factors, because there's 7 different possible ways in which these 3 elements can combine. And so that's sort of fundamental, right? If you understand like the simple basic math behind the code of 7 coming out of, but that is if we are in a circle. And if we are in a circle, it implies dynamism. And the dynamism implies that the beginning and the end are one in order to have that Ouroboros flow and turning of the chakra. When you break it apart, the beginning and the end are considered as the alpha and the omega and are actually considered as separate. So this is what we've got happening dynamically here with the I-Ching if we really look at it. So we can see that there's 7 basic principles here, right? Where all 7 principles are essentially coming together, but the 8th principle is the octave, in the same way that 7 notes become octave. This is why we speak of octave when we talk about the 7 notes. It's the same basic principle here. And so we are looking now at the manifestation, not at the occult principles. We're looking at the raw tax mechanics of the universe. And the number 8 is relevant. When we are looking in the number 7, we're looking at the esoteric occult principles, which are the hidden principles. Here we are looking at the actual manifesting principles in the universe, which is why the number 8 is always associated with Saturn, associated with the manifesting of substance and the contraction of the element of earth. And so here we have the basic fundamental 8 trigoms. And these 8 trigoms obviously combine in poles, sets of polarities. Dear cosmic brother, it's lovely and it's an honor to have you. Namaste, dear brother Cosmic. And for those of you that don't know, Cosmic is a Fae channel. He works with the Fae. He's been channeling a system of occult, which is very interesting and very fascinating. Obviously, it relates to the mechanics of the universe as well, maybe in a more esoteric or occult format. But he's a well-grounded, well-researched gentleman that has been looking into the occult for numerous years and has sort of found his feet. And then he was found by the elemental friends, by the Fae, and the Fae have started to work with him. So he's sort of like a modern John Dee, if you will. It's an honor to have you on the show. Namaste. Welcome to us, dear Cosmic. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hey, thanks for having me, Franklin. Looks like I was able to. Apparently, I'm not working today, and I'm working tomorrow, so I'll be able to. That's why I was able to join in today. Yeah, I'm kind of working with the, the Fae, and they're giving me just a lot of like a different kind of perspective on, occult cosmology. That's almost kind of like, it's like, because I feel like I've noticed a lot of occult systems, they kind of borrow heavily from Hermeticism, and this one feels like explicitly not Hermetic in the sense that it's about kind of like oneness, and that it's a different kind of epistemological framework, which makes it really, really interesting to me. So it's a very different kind of thing. So so I'm kind of just saw what the topic is for today, and so can you kind of fill me in a little bit what you've already discussed so far, just to kind of get me on board?
Well, we haven't said too much. We've just basically looking at the fundamental 8 trigoms. And so the fundamental 8 trigoms are the building blocks. And these 8 trigoms are combined to form poles. It's a binary language. And so these 8 trigoms combine in binary fashion to make up 64 hexagrams. And these 64 hexagrams are the structures of the universe. Some beautiful imagery here, dear brother Indy. What have we got?
Yeah, this mystic tablet right here is interesting. And I just noticed that if you take a grid of 9 with 3 stacks of 3 squared, and then you put trigrams on the outside of those squares, there will be 12 trigrams. And so they've aligned these this 9-part square right here with the 12 animals of the zodiac around it. Then around that, they have the 8 trigrams at each of the sides and corners of the square of the 12 zodiacs. So they've integrated 9, 12, and 8 in this tablet. It's amazing. I think it's just genius. How they make it
I
fit.
think that's quite ancient. What I was seeing was that fundamental 9 relates to the 9 planets, 7 planets, and the head and tail of the dragon, essentially, of the Ouroboros, of the north and south nodes, respectively, because basically the moon was always used as a focus in ancient times. Everything was based upon the moon. So the head and tail of the moon's movements were always considered to be fundamental, especially in the way that there's this little wobble when we look at the way in which the moon is sort of wobbling in relation to the earth. It gives us some profound insights into the different elements and how they interplay and how they move in and away from each other. But that is fascinating, and it does sort of make a lot of sense that they would integrate the macrocosm into it. I wonder if that was something that had been worked on by Confucius, because Confucius is said to have added a lot of content to the I-Ching as we know it, right? A lot of the writings, a lot of what's been said about it seems like, and it's been a while since I've studied it. I hope I'm not that far out of date that I've forgotten everything. But I do believe Confucius was like the big major player, and there's a lot of discussion between historians, or there was. I wonder if that's changed, about whether Confucius had actually written all that he had written, or whether there had been other people writing and they had written under his name, because apparently this was a thing that happened in China a lot, right? Writers would publish under somebody else who was famous as name in order to get the information out there. And I wonder if that's got to do with political. As we know, there were political problems. The Taoists or Taoists, however you want to call them, they were being hunted by the state, were they not?
They were
At certain points.
at the
in the
point
past,
of
like-
Confucius was around 500 BC. Yeah, they were.
So in the more modern epochs, it was pretty dangerous to be a Taoist, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so a lot of people would publish stuff and sort of just say, "Oh, it's Confucius," because Confucius was always allowed.
Yeah, he was preferred by the
Like-
state.
Yeah, but like because they didn't understand everything he said, what they did understand was basically pro-state, and they liked that. So
Yeah, he was all about
pro-state. He was
society
cool.
doing the proper thing at the proper time and the proper place. You got to wear the right garments. And so by hearing that, Lao Tzu had to create the Tao Te Ching because he was appalled by his narrow-mindedness. He was always focused on the appearance of things and what you're supposed to do. So Confucius did have some really illuminating proverbs where he shares some of his wisdom, like changing yourself what you dislike in others. But most of his work was about stuff to have people cooperate and be obedient in society. So, but his role in the I Ching, even though Fu Zi, who I mentioned earlier, the first emperor of China, the Green Emperor, was the one who developed the I Ching, it was Confucius and his contemporaries that developed and interpreted the text later.
Yeah, exactly. Somehow he's embedded, and my instinct always said to me that there were other people that were using his name later on because they just were like I want to keep this thing on my shoulders. So if someone finds this text, I'm going to put Confucius's name on it and say, no, this is Confucius's text. I'm studying Confucius. And then the state would be like, oh, right. Yeah. Okay, good. Confucius. Good to go. Make sure you teach Confucius. Oh, yes. I would only teach Confucius. I would never teach anything other than Confucius. So that way it would maintain the good stuff about the state that they wanted to keep. So there's an interesting point. Even in the Taoist systems, the state utilized religion, right? Not just in the West. There's an interesting point to consider. Like we're so used to the Catholic tradition. You can pay for your sins to be resolved, and the book burning adventures and the witch burnings, and let's go out and do the crusades kind of thing. The state and religion have always sort of been embedded within each other to a certain extent because the state has always wanted to use religion. And so we can see the emperors were using the religion, if I can use this term loosely, because it's not quite what we consider a religion, but there's a religious element to it. I suppose, is there a really fundamental connection between Shintoism and the Tao? There's an interesting point. What do you think?
There's a very strong connection there. They're both more ancient than Buddhism, and so they were the prevailing mystical religious sects in the time before Buddhism. They were the ones there that were really taking the cake. So the Taoists developed medicine there that's still used today. Traditional Chinese medicine was developed by the Taoists. Shintoism had very deep and beautiful spiritual philosophy that all things are alive. And so people are really coming back to that now with things like panpsychism, the idea that nature has a mind. Kind of plays off of the backbones of Shintoism, really laying down the groundwork for seeing things as not just a physical object, but as having a spirit to it and having its own spiritual energy and being to it. So Shintoism has really laid down a lot of the sacredness of being able to understand that things need to be respected. And it kind of goes directly against the ways of mechanized industrial society that we're in Western society, where we just see things as an object that maybe we see a value of a price that we could get from it. And that's all things can mean to a lot of people. But we can realize through Shintoism that things have a level of incommensurability. They cannot be given a price. There's invaluable nature to all things.
You know, I kind of want to, as a little bit of an aside here, I kind of want to jump on the whole panpsychism thing you point out, because I've been really interested in panpsychism lately. And one of the things that's been kind of interesting to me is because you talk about how we've kind of, you know, gone to this more mechanistic, materialist society. But if you really think about materialism as a sort of cosmological epistemology, if you will, and you really start to think about the mechanics of it, it's okay, we live in this blind, unconscious, mechanical universe where there's no God and everything is totally unconscious. And then you start to think about it like, well, wait a minute. If consciousness, how can consciousness be physical if the physical is defined as lacking consciousness? You start to realize that materialism literally does not make sense without panpsychism. Like when it comes to integrating the concept of consciousness, if you I've been trying to wrap my head around this thing, like a model where you can have materialism without panpsychism, and I'm like, I can't come up with anything. It's like, it's literally impossible, because I think the conclusion that I've ultimately come with is that God is not compatible with materialism. Spirit isn't compatible with materialism. But guess what? Consciousness isn't compatible with materialism either. It's not compatible. It doesn't, work. And it's weird, because it's like, if you think about the whole concept of materialism, it's almost like, it's like that animism, in a way, it's still there in some kind of unconscious level. And I think when it comes to the whole mechanistic thing, I don't think it's based on like scientific inquiry or finding a new theory. I think a lot of it has to do with people in the 17th and 18th century they didn't like the church. They didn't like the power that it had over people, the clergy, the Vatican, and they wanted a way to destroy the power of the Christian religion. And that, to me, that's the only reason materialism really exists, because it's not really logical. And I think, honestly, if you look at it from a purely objective perspective, I think panpsychism is actually a more logical and objective metaphysics than materialism. Materialism is literally just this kind of religion. See, that's why I'm always kind of like, always saying, don't shit on science. Science isn't really the enemy, because like science, if you remove the materialist baggage and you remove, the kind of the snarky atheism and skepticism, you find that it actually doesn't really contradict a lot of metaphysical ideas when you look at it from a more panpsychist, animist angle, because then you say that, well, if consciousness is physical, then it must be true that the physical is conscious, because what materialism is basically saying is that consciousness is physical, but the physical is not conscious. And that just doesn't make any sense. So as much as I kind of like rag on about like conspiracy theories and stuff that's anti-scientific, I'm just as hard on the materialist skeptics, and I want you guys to know that.
Yeah,
I
spot
think
on.
there's a lot there.
Second that.
Sorry, yeah.
There's definitely a lot there. I agree with everything you just said. Yeah.
I would go as far, and there's two things I want to respond to that, and I also want to add to the Shinto connection with the I-Ching. I think it was in Japan, and I was just looking over it now because I'm sure I'd read this years ago. So, basically, what they're suggesting is in China, Confucianism, Taoism, and the Yin Yang school, and some schools of Buddhism and folk religion all claim the text as their own, right? Which is really interesting. Appropriating the text's philosophy and divination methods. We're talking about the I-Ching. The same scenario can be found in Japan, where Shinto Buddhism, Omayodo, probably, I have no idea, way of yin and yang, and some new religions, in inverted commas, try to incorporate the I-Ching into their systems of thought. This article examined the relationship. So this was happening between 1600 and 1868. So it seems it's like many of the Shinto ideas, you know, like it might seem strange to put the I-Ching, a Chinese classic, and the Shinto, a Japanese religion, together. But in fact, the I-Ching played an important role at different stages in the development of Shinto. And I think that sort of brings back to what you were just saying, Cosmic. You know, where did this fundamental idea that consciousness is inherent in this manifestational reality of this physical form that we live in come from? And they had to use the I-Ching in order to inject these ideas into the very nature of the Shinto ideology, in order for it to actually have some kind of sense of basis, which I think is quite fascinating, and I think it's rather telling. I also get the sense, as you know, as we look at this from a more sort of organic perspective, that we start noticing that there's this rather fundamental idea brewing here, right? So this idea of consciousness being this manifesting tool comes from the idea that we're living in a matrix. And so to dive in to the actual way in which these hexagrams are constructed, it might be easier to actually just see the image, because you know what they say, an image tells 1,000 words. So here we can see the 64 hexagrams. I hope you guys can see them. Yeah, there they are. So these are the 64 hexagrams. And these 64 hexagrams are constructed. So here we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 original trigrams. This is what we were showing right in the beginning. And here we have the same set of 8 original trigrams. And so these 8 trigrams can combine with these trigrams in these patterns. One set of this, one set of that to make this, one set of this, one set of that to make this, one set of this, and one set of that to make this. And so we run through these patterns 8 times, and we end up with 64 hexagrams. And so these 64 hexagrams are the fundamental structuring of these 8 principles, which do relate to the octahedron. And we're going to get back to this when we look at the sacred geometry, how it relates to this. These 8 principles are basically inherently creating these 64 trigrams, which has some incredible mathematical implications. And we're going to look at some of the ideas proposed by Nassim Haramein as well as we move forward. But basically, this is the structure. And these are the 64 hexagrams. And each of these 64 hexagrams, you read them, right? So you'll throw these sticks or coins. And based on these coins, you will have a binary system of broken and fixed lines. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at 3 triangles. We're looking at triangles And these triangles are made out of lines. So there's 6 lines, and the first 3 lines make a triangle, and the second 3 lines make a triangle. They make a hexagram. And depending on whether the lines are broken or whether the lines are fixed, shows whether the lines are behind or in front. Some instances, both lines are in front. Some instances, both lines are behind. Some instances, some lines are in front and some lines are behind. Behind and in front are metaphorically given to you by the idea of a broken line or a fixed line. So it's a binary code, 8 sets of binary code, right? Is it a coincidence that you start off with 64 bits, that becomes 128 bits, that becomes 256 bits, that becomes 64 bits, 128 bits, 256 bits, 512 bits, right? 1024, 2048. This is the hardware configuration of our computers. And I do not believe that there is any coincidence in this. And I don't believe it was done to try and send some kind of a message. I think it's got to do with the fundamental structure of reality, and that reality is a binary system. And so this nature of this code of reality is essentially being given to us by the I-Ching. And the I-Ching is showing us in its system that reality is a kind of a matrix made up of these 64 codes. And it gets even more interesting. If you look at the mathematics, if you want to create a vector equilibrium, right? The vector equilibrium is created with an upward pointing triangle and a downward pointing triangle. And each of those triangles that are the smaller triangles get mixed with other triangles to create upward and downward forming triangles. And you work around the system until you've got 64 of these triangles. What happens when you've created this grid of 64 vectors? You end up with what is called a vector equilibrium, where all the vectors cancel each other out. What that means is you've got a structure, a system that is fixed dynamism. And this fixed dynamism is essentially what we're experiencing here in reality. That this fixed dynamic system is got the complete structure of space-time bound within these 64. And so the 64 vector equilibrium structure holds within it the octahedron, the tetrahedron, the cube, the dodecahedron, right? And all of the Platonic solids fit into this structure, and we can see this structure represented by the flower of life. So we're getting an insight to how the flower of life is creating the structure that we see all the geometry that is bound within the I-Ching reflecting. And so we could suggest that the I-Ching is the code for decoding the flower of life. And when we apply the I-Ching's information to the flower of life, we start to get the idea of how this vector equilibrium is the basis for this manifestation from the field of consciousness into matter. And this pan idea, pan being the life and the consciousness behind matter, constructing reality using these carefully outlined patterns, which are essentially a binary code structure, is the structure through which this vector equilibrium is able to manifest the structure of space-time. And so it's quite interesting. Well, what do you guys think? Have you guys watched Nassim Haramein's work and the math that he has presented with regards to how this vector equilibrium works? Curiously,
Heard of the name, but not familiar with his work.
well, those of you that are watching, and namaste, Vincent, how are you doing? I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Hope everybody's good. Lovely to have you guys all here. Basically, he's talking about how the sun comes into being, how the electron comes into being, and that it's coming into being due to these 64 vector equilibrating forces. You can see the same forces. What's that celebrity that was talking about this a while ago that was getting a lot of knocking? And he's
I know
created
what
these
you're talking
drones.
about, but the name is not coming to mind. I can see his face in my mind's
actor.
eye. Yeah, I know the actor.
Parents.
Yeah, Terrence Howard. That's what
Yeah.
you're talking
Terrence
about.
Howard. He's pointing at the exact same math. The math that he's pointing at, he has gotten from people like Nassim Haramein and other people who were touting this math, but he has represented this math in a different way, in a more accessible way for people to understand it in a more layman way. But this is basically what he's looking at. And it's got to do with the way in which these trigoms come into being. And notice each one of those trigoms is a trinity. That's quite interesting. And that there are 8 trinities operating here fundamentally. And those 8 fit into each other to form 3 and 3, which is 6. So the hexagram, which is 6, is also constructing something quite profound, which is fitting within an octahedron. And so we talk about this notion of space-time as being emitted from the consciousness field. This is the dynamic idea behind the I-Ching, that there is a fundamental code structuring reality, and that code is outside of reality. And if something's outside of reality, there must be a conscious element to what's happening. Because if it's not part of reality, then it must be injecting into reality. So there's a really interesting series of ideas, I think, that goes into looking at the way in which these 64 equilibrating vectors find that vector equilibrium, that equilibrated space. And when we look at that equilibrated space, we're looking at the flower of life. So there's a lot to be said about the way in which this notion of the way you put it so well, dear Cosmic, the way in which this expression of consciousness is being perceived and recognized and realized, right? I think there's a lot that's been missed. And I get this impression as well that, like, when it comes to looking at panpsychism, we like to think that this is a fundamental idea to all occult systems or occult systems of thinking. And so from a Western occult perspective, right, now I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to go way back. Just bear with me, brothers. So I hope you're doing well, Vincent. Shalom, namaste. There are very old stories about a book that was lost. And these stories are in the time of Shemyaza. Now we're going back to the stories of the giants, right? And they had these different treatises of knowledge. And one of the treatises of knowledge was lost. And it was rumored to have gone off east. And we think of this system of the I-Ching with its trigoms as being separate from Western occult. But I don't. I don't think it's an accident that the Kabbalah is 32 paths of wisdom, right? And that the 22 factors are implemented upon the 10 fundamental states. And that this produces the 32 paths of wisdom. And that when you look at yourself and you look at the world, you see the macrocosm reflected in the microcosm. There's 32 and 32. This means there's 64, right? And when we look at how this 64 comes into being, when we split it up, and we look at it on a personal level as a half of the whole of creation, we're looking at 32. And we're looking at the 32 expressing the 10 potential octave shifts that produce reality. Then we're looking at the subtle relationship of the 22 archetypes. And these 22 pairs of chromosomes carry all the information that creates our body, our minds and our consciousness. There's a 23rd pair of chromosome which just merely says male or female. That's its job. That's what it does. That's what it says on the label. That's what it's got in it. The other 22 codes carry all the arsenal of information. And when those 22 codes are put into perspective in the 10 forces, hence we got the 10 digits, we see this incredible relationship of 32. And so the 32 becomes the 32 parts. And then when we, macrocosm, microcosm it into a union of these dualities, we end up with the 64 trigoms. I don't think that's an accident. I don't think that's at all. And the fact that when we look at the cult of Saturn and we look at this original diagram that dear Indy shared with us, this is at the heart of the cult of Saturn, is it not, Indy?
It is. Here's something I just discovered. Now, what you're talking about with these, we have the 8 trigrams around the outside of this square right here. But number 5 in the center could be likened to the Ajna chakra, the inner eye, or the Da'at of the Sephirotic labyrinth. It does not have a trigram. It's considered to be unity and harmony. So that's the hidden secret number right there that does not show up in the trigrams. So that's where we get 8 from 9. And it's right in the center, just like in the inner eye, or the Da'at is like right in the center of the beginning of the Sephirotic labyrinth, the root of all existence, back to source. So that's very interesting how 5 kind of fits in there. And
that's incredibly well observed.
Can I share one of my own diagrams because it actually is relevant to this particular topic?
Please
because
do.
See, this is some phase stuff. See, notice how here that there's also, see, each of these blocks is like there's like 2 colors, and there's also 64. So basically, in this phase system of magic, each one of these colors represents a different like mode of consciousness. So red through green kind of represents the different levels of sort of like information and bodily awareness, whereas blue through pink more represents kind of pure awareness and pure sort of perception, kind of a more astral form of awareness. But their idea is that the self is essentially created at the center of these diagrams when all these sort of elements sort of coalesce to create an individual being. But I think what's also interesting is Shaman, you talked about the idea that there must be some kind of source code like outside of reality. And this is actually kind of like points to that because I don't know if I should mention the whole concept of a Zarfex, but in my whole system, the idea is that there's all these large sort of like clusters of universes called Zarfexes, and reality is the name of the Zarfex that we live in. So the idea is there's solid Zarfexes and there's fluid Zarfex. So solid Zarfex is more of a world of solid matter, and a fluid Zarfex is more like a dream sort of Zarfex. And they're based on colors, different types of awareness. And this is kind of like the map of how all these sort of fluid Zarfexes sort of like interact with each other. They're kind of like, just like, imagine like a big maze of like colorful interconnected bubble worlds that kind of like, it's sort of fascinating. But I think in terms of, it's really interesting, the whole idea of a programming language. And that's kind of like, but you kind of realize that when it comes to like computers, there's different programming languages. There's like C++, there's Python. I don't know the name of it, but there's like different codes, but they essentially perform the same type of function, creating a program, creating software. And I think it's kind of the same way with occult systems. If you think about it, occult systems are like programming languages for reality, for the universe. And I think the I-Ching what's interesting is that it's a very kind of like, you think of almost like those old computers from like the 1950s where they would have to put in like various punch cards into the machine to make them work. And that's kind of how I look at those trigrams. Like there's certain like little, punch cards. But I think with the way they kind of look at code, is I actually kind of like, I think about it in terms of video games. Now in video games, there's certain like, there's a thing you can do. Like every sort of section of a video game, there's like different rooms. Like you're in a room, there's like a bunch of stuff programmed. Then you go through a doorway and there's like another sort of virtually created room. And what's interesting about speed runs is like people will do things like they'll do something weird in the game so that the door will sort of teleport them to a completely different part of the game, and so they can kind of skip ahead or do cheats. And that's kind of how I've been looking at my system lately, in that similar kind of way. When you kind of see things as a bunch of like bubbles connected to other bubbles, you figure out how to kind of like connect the bubbles together. And the bubbles kind of, when you put them side by side, they form like a kind of a programming language or a code. So I think in a lot of ways, the Taoists were definitely onto something in regards to that, because it seems like there's definitely overlap with what I'm doing in my work.
Well, that's beautiful, and I think it's so on point. I mean, obviously, it would be on point because, I'm sure that you're getting a very useful representation of reality from the elemental kingdom. These beings that are working with you would obviously be giving you their perception, and so their perception is going to be one which is going to reflect this. And actually, I want to wrong image. Let me remove and let me present. Let me present a different image here. And we're going to look at the image of Nassim Haramein's work quickly and get an idea of just exactly what it is his structure that he speaks of looks like. And so this is the math that we're talking about. So this is the 64 trigoms as it's relating to time space. And so there are 64 of these hexagrams being controlled and focused here. These tetrahedrons are basically three-dimensional zones, and if you start to look into the structure, you can see the different geometry taking place. You can see the dodecahedron. You can see the octahedron within it as well. You just got to really look. You can see there's a cube within it as well, and so there's something quite powerful that is reflecting this. And this is sort of one of the diagrams of Nassim Haramein's work. Where is this particular diagram from? Let me try and see if I can see. So I believe this particular diagram is one from, where is it from? Is it it's an image from YouTube? I believe so. And here we've got one of his diagrams that are related to, he has a Facebook, on his Facebook page. I haven't looked at any of his works since really like many years ago, in fairness, but it's definitely worth taking a look at, because he really got his inspiration from the I-Ching. It's a big part of his math, his inspiration. He was looking at the I-Ching and he was noticing, hold on, there's more going on here. And he saw the connection between the I-Ching and the flower of life. And so that gave him sort of an insight into exactly what was happening here. So here we can see these different structures, right? We can see here the octahedron, and we can see there the dodecahedron, and we can see these structures of time space. Here we've got the number 5 bound, right? Very interesting. Here we've got the number 3 and the number 4 bound. And here we've got the cube bound as well. So we've got all of these structures well sort of represented within this fundamental 64 matrix. And this is the mathematics of the event horizon. So when we're talking about an event horizon, we're talking essentially about this. The event horizon arises due to this stabilized system of vectors. And these vectors have got to be stabilized in such a particular way for the event horizon to occur. And so we're looking at the way in which quantum entanglement actually works, and that the matter that we're experiencing is arising from the quantum entanglement field, essentially, which, if we think about it, is quite incredible. And for those of you that have noticed gluons, and I think this is really interesting, right? So the gluons were discovered as being a rather fundamental part of understanding this quantum entanglement principle, right?
I think we lost Franklin here. I don't know where he must have lost his connection momentarily.
Yeah, what he was talking about is amazing. I've heard about people that have connected the flower of life with other things, and there's one person that's connected the flower of life with the lattice of a sapphire, and he believes that it is a map of the sephirs of the Ark of the Covenant. He believes that they held great power. They held electrical, maybe radioactive power because of their lattice, and they were able to dispense great energy.
Hey, Franklin, could you pull up that, not the last image, but the image before that, the one was just a big shape with all different lines and vectors? I kind of wanted to comment on that because...
Oh,
heard about was the glue.
Just give me a second while I...
Because-
excuse me. Whoops, wrong one. I must get the other one. I'm having a tricky time finding it, but give me a moment.
What's your cat's
It will
name,
pop up.
Indy?
Merlin. I wanted to name
yeah, that's right, Merlin.
but his father's name is Loki, so I ended up going with Merlin. I could have named him Loki the Second, I guess, or Loki Jr.
Gotta give him his own.
Okay, so
Loki was
tell
better.
you what I'll do. Please carry on, brother. Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was on.
Oh, I was saying that Loki probably fit better for his father. My cat Merlin's father, he was a black cat, so I think black is an appropriate color for Loki. Pretty sinister.
See, I guess the reason that I wanted to see that image again, because when I was looking at it, I couldn't help but thinking that this is actually a very good representation of what a higher dimensional object would look like. Now, the way I kind of like think about it is you look at it as a bunch essentially being like, I found an easier way to do that is you, instead of doing the share screen, you, I think you hit like window tabs and you can click on the specific image. So, but anyway,
how's that
the
look?
way it's fine. It's fine right now. But see, the way I think of it, you can see cubes, you can see pyramids kind of existing. And if you kind of think of it, the way I think of it is it's kind of like it's looking at it in a transparent way, but I see it as a higher dimensional object in the sense that there are these geometric sort of structures, these geometric shapes like your cubes, your pyramids, your tetrahedrons. I don't know the names. They're dodecahedrons, kind of all coinciding. But the way I see it, it's like a bunch of different dimensions intersecting to create a symmetrical geometric shape. And in Zarfexology, the whole idea is that basically it's not a Zarfex is not one universe. It's a multi-dimensional sphere of tons of universes. And when it comes to these higher dimensional objects, this is a really good, I think this is a good representation of one, because you can see, if you think of each color, like you have your gold and you have the pink sort of at the center as different dimensional planes representation, or the black being a different dimensional plane. And when multiple dimensional planes intersect in a harmonious way, you get this. And I think that explains the whole quantum entanglement thing, is that there's different universes sort of intersecting with each other. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about the multiverse theory. I know it's somewhat controversial even in the scientific community, but I kind of had an interesting insight. I was kind of talking to my fairy guide Sliz about this, like, well, what evidence do we have for multiverse essentially? And she kind of pointed out the sort of a mundane point. It's like, well, whether or not there are multiple universes or not, it still subjectively feels that way, in the sense that every person has their own universe. And in a sense, if we think of what the multiverse is essentially all of our personal universes intersecting with each other. And another crazy thing to think about when it comes to like worldview and perception is that no two people have the exact same worldview. Nobody has the exact, even like, with Christians, there's different variations of what they believe Christ is about, or even among atheists, they don't even have like a consensus upon what the nature of reality is. So I think it's kind of interesting to see that everybody kind of has a different sort of piece of the Zarfex within their subconscious. And this image that you have here, I think it kind of represents the idea of when different dimensions intersect with each other in a harmonious fashion. Now it can also, and this is kind of why I kind of harken back to like the people who say, higher dimensions equals kind of like higher spirituality, because those higher dimensions can also be expressed in a chaotic way where those dimensions don't intersect and there's dissonance and there's disarray. So I think when it comes to understanding like what higher dimensions are actually like, I think looking at images like this is a really good place to start.
How can I find that image? 64.
Sorry, what was that, dear brother?
How can I find that geometrical image that he has? Tetrahedron grid.
I just Google. What did I use as a search parameter? I think a Nassim Haramein vector equilibrium.
Okay, got it.
And so that's just basically the 64 vectors that have been in this structure that he's got here. All 64 vectors equilibrate each other. So there is no force happening here. It's like there's nothing to see here, folks. All 64 forces negate each other in a perfect state, creating a perfect state of the Tao. Peace. It's like the eye of the proverbial storm of creation, if you will, which in itself is an interesting concept. But it's really a beautiful picture. The beautiful thing about Nassim Haramein, when he does his talks, he literally has physical objects he's made. So you actually see him holding these toys, and he shows you the toys, how they fit together. And it's quite a visceral tool to actually see the geometry coming together. And he plays with it while he's talking. Well, at least he used to in these old talks. I don't know what things are like now, but this was like 20, 25 years ago when he was like really gunning it. I'm going to go and turn off that phone before it drives me crazy.
Cosmic, what did he say I should look for to search for this? The 64 point.
I have no clue either.
Vector equilibrium. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, so this idea of this concept of consciousness being an underlying structure is very hermetic, right? If we want to go into it, this idea that consciousness is behind all the structures of form. And so I think there's like, panpsychism is basically the structure of hermetics, if you really want to get down to it. Because if everything comes as a result of mentalism, right? Every phenomenon is a mental expression. And due to the other 6 principles, this mental expression comes into physical being. Namaste, Mexico, and God's child, preloaded. How you doing, man? I hope you're good. Hope I said your name right. I don't do I-Ching readings, unfortunately. I used to be intrigued by the I-Ching readings, but I was never a master of the I-Ching itself. to understand the intricacies of reading. I mean, I would use the books and read the ideas presented, which were basically, I think, credited to Confucius, if I'm not mistaken, his interpretation of the hexagrams. And then those are quite poetic in a sense. So they were quite lovable to read. But that was like, 30 years ago. And I was working with the tarot at the time, and I found the tarot to be far more engaging for me. So I sort of switched over to the tarot in the sort of early 90s. And that's what I stuck with. Fell in love with the tarot. But that being said, I think the I-Ching holds a lot of really intricate knowledge about the structure of space-time. And I think it is being used for divination, but I think the divination is very much secondary. The same way that the tarot, so the major arcana, gives us the structure of re-spiritualizing ourselves. So this is the path of the spiritualization. And dear Moonfeather, I hope you're having an absolutely lovely day. I hope families swell and everybody's good. And yeah, I see the major arcana as expressing those 22 parts of ourselves. And by parts of ourselves, I mean those parts of ourselves which are like steps towards reunification. In other words, we've got all these different neural pathway potentials. And when we put all of these neural pathways together, we end up with what I would call a whole brain activity. And that's sort of the central square in those 9 squares. And I really love what you did with that, brother. I had not actually really considered that the number grid of Saturn is implying the empty central square, which is quite interesting when you look at it in that form, because it represents the binary, right? What is and what is not, if that makes sense. And so that central square is like that chaotic divine feminine from whence everything arises, because it's the one square that every other square touches, is it not? So there's something quite powerful, like either it's touching the corner or it's sharing a side, but all the squares are somehow in contact with that one central square, which in itself speaks volumes. And so there are 4 squares that are in contact with the corners and 4 in contact. And so this gives us an idea as to why there are 8 trigoms, right? And it sort of gives us like a load of insight, I think, when we're looking at the way in which these hexagrams are constructed, because the hexagram is a hugely fundamental part of all Western occult works, right? We start working with the pentagram, and we do the banishing and the invocation and the different forms of the pentagram. But when we start working with spiritual forces proper, we're working with a hexagram, essentially in occult rituals. So there is something really quite intensely powerful about the nature of the hexagram, especially when we consider now what I started talking about before, the gluons. Let me see if I can get this image of the gluons. I would love to be able to get the gluons. I hope I can. I was struggling to get an image of gluons the other day when I was having the conversation in Gabriel's group. Gluons photo from CERN. Let's see if we can get a photo of the gluons from CERN.
While you're digging that up, I want to read a short story of when Confucius met Lao Tzu at the Royal Archives of the Zhou Dynasty. And Lao Tzu was the librarian and curator there. Again, Confucius came and taught him about his work of social order. And Lao Tzu said that it's not in line with the universal order. And he was unimpressed and asserted that the only natural order of the entire cosmos was the spontaneous unfolding of nature, which man cannot hope to understand. Confucius was said to have later exclaimed, I know how a bird can fly. I know how a fish can swim. I do not know how Lao Tzu could rise and fly like a sublime dragon riding on the clouds in the sky. After Lao Tzu became dispassioned by the misguided Zhao dynasty, he departed Chao. Before the gate he left, he was asked to impart some of his wisdom before leaving society, becoming a recluse in the wilderness, at which point he wrote the Tao Te Ching before leaving town. So his meeting with Lao Tzu really opened his mind to greater wisdom than he had been familiar with. And so since he had already been kind of granted so much power by the state, and then gaining this wisdom, it brought him into a deeper world where he was now able to look a little bit further than he had before. Now, he's developed proverbs that have been passed down through the ages to the West, and the golden rule of Jesus was likely to have begun with Confucius. He said this: everything has its beauty, but not everyone sees it. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Do not to others what you would not have done to yourself. Forgive injuries. Forgive thy enemy. Be reconciled to him. Give him assistance. Invoke peace in his behalf. So there's probably 24 other proverbs, but I just wanted to mention those 2 or 3. And there's so much great wisdom from Confucius that was brought by Lao Tzu, and his mystifying wisdom that he brought on him. Really opened his eyes.
That's really beautiful, brother. Thank you for sharing that.
Mm-hmm.
Very on point. So here we have an image of a gluon. And I want you to look at this image quite carefully. And tell me what you're seeing. What is you seeing when you're looking at this image, man? Is there something going on? There must be something going on. So let's take a look. Yes, brother.
See the Merkaba in there. You have an alchemical symbol for water. Is that water? With the line in the middle of the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, air in Taoist cosmology represents wood and metal, which is 50% of all of the trigoms. Yeah, we see it in the gluon. But it's all in there. And I want you to notice how interesting this is, because there's something fundamental going on here. So these gluons have 8 poles, right? In the same way that the Tao, as expressed in the I-Ching, has got 8 trigoms, there are 8 fundamental polarities. And so these gluons are also considered as being the links that connect the protons to the neutrons and keeps the structure aligned. So these are like very profoundly small forces that we're observing. And it seems to be that the quantum entanglement field is bound by these gluons because they've got these 8 different charge polarities that can be seen. Let me find a write-up about it as well. But 8 poles. Probably it can be said better. So there are 8 gluons because the sum of the 3 diagonal elements of SU3 must be 0, leaving only 8. This is due to the fact that the linear combination of the red, anti-red, blue, anti-blue, green, anti-green must be non-interacting. So the gluons are particles that carry the strong force, which holds atomic nuclei together, right? Gluons are the building blocks of protons and neutrons, which are the building blocks of atomic nuclei. Gluons are indivisible and cannot be broken down into smaller components. Gluons carry color charges, which are capable of changing colors of the quarks and antiquarks that emit or absorb them. So, and gluons are constantly being created and annihilated within a proton, but there are typically around 16 gluons in a proton at any point in time. So I find that quite interesting, right? So there's this double, there's two of these, right? So we have these 8 different potentials. And when we put these 8 potentials with the other 8 potentials, we end up with 16, representing the macabre in a sense, right? It's just this incredibly fascinating, because these 16 gluons represent 8 potential poles within the dynamic particle, if that makes sense. And these 8 poles are like sort of 8 charges that can be turned on and off, creating a different resonant field. So the particular acoustic frequency and resonance of particular fundamental structuring particles, in other words, the actual protons and neutrons that hold it together, these different color charges, when they are shifted, they produce a different vibratory frequency, which is really interesting. And so this is how the quantum entanglement field is really being observed by these different tones that are in resonance with other tones. Because the gluons can change their polarity, they can be present or not be present. There's something incredible when we're looking at the way this works. And I see this very powerful relationship between what we've learned about gluons, even though we discovered it, or it's been in theory since like the late 70s. We've only recently really put it on the map with CERN and the other colliders, when they've actually been able to literally get snapshots of it and actually see it working dynamically. So when I look at the gluons, what I'm seeing is this fundamental source code of the I-Ching. And this fundamental source code of the I-Ching is carrying that mathematical structure that Nassim Haramein is talking about when he speaks about the 64 vector equilibrated diagram that we were showing here on earlier, which is that beautiful structure that Cosmic was looking at as well. I'd love to hear what you guys think. What are your thoughts?
I think this is amazing. It's incredible that they were able to perceive this stuff with the technology that we have today, and they're able to devise all these charts. This is incredible. I think it does align a lot with the sacred mathematics of the mysticism that we're all familiar with from ancient times. And I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but Terrence Howard was showing, I think, an image of an electron, I believe, and it looked exactly like a yin yang. Have you guys seen that image? Let's see if I can pull it up. But they're able to find with a high-powered microscope at the molecular level or the subatomic level, they're able to see the image that looked identical to a yin yang, which makes me think that these ancients may have had the ability not only to travel to the stars and the sun and moon, but also able to see things on a inconspicuous level and maybe even tinker with those things in deep meditation. I believe that may have been possible there. To me, that's more possible than them having the type of advanced technology, so-called, that we have today. I believe they had a more advanced way of doing things, more direct.
Can I just when it comes to thinking about particles, I can never comprehend or process the idea that there is a smallest fundamental particle. Like, think about like how weird of a concept it is that there's going to be a certain point where a particle can no longer be divided. And in my mind, I don't know why my brain works this way, but it's like I always feel like, well, there's got to be something smaller than that. Because think about like 100 years ago, we thought that the atoms were unbroken. We thought they were, the smallest thing in existence. Then we found protons and neutrons and electrons. Then we find quarks and gluons and all these other weird, smaller particles. So it's kind of like, if you kind of think of it as an infinite regress where it's just smaller and smaller particles going down and down, it's almost like at a certain point you have to consider the universe has some kind of mentalistic aspect to it. Because if it is just the matter alone, there's no real solid foundation for reality to exist unless there's a consciousness that organizes these principles and translates the code into a kind of colored, textured experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that wholeheartedly. I believe that mentalism, the first principle of the Hermetic principles, really describes this well, and the idea that all of this order that we see in the physical realm around us is the effect of the causal realm that is unseen behind it. And the ancients saw things this way, but in our modern ways of thinking, it's kind of been pulled away from us, although it's being brought back. But the beauty of all of the order that we see, and even the chaos that has its beauty as well, it has such a striking impression on us, and I feel like it's all a beautiful design. Some of it is mystifying and incomprehensible to us, and I think there's a purpose to that. I think it's meant for us to revel at the sublime without being able to control it, without being able to fully comprehend it. I think it's important to accept that, but we keep trying to push through it. Now, my personal theory suggests that everything is made of space, which was previously known as the fabric of ether, and that ether was bundled up into what we know as matter. And as that ether is unraveling, we see atoms unravel different electron shells with their half-lives. And then at the black hole, we see that there's a lot of energy going in. We don't really see if or where it is coming out. But I do believe that as matter enters the black hole, as protons, or no, as electrons rather, as it's unbundled from the atoms, and then those electron shells then turn into beams of light that are then swallowed by black holes. I believe that those electrons are then emitted from the poles of the black hole as what were the threads of the ether that are now the fibers of the ether. And as those fibers of the ether expand away from the poles, they then immerse with the ether and expand it back to its full expansion. And so what we're seeing right now is that the universe has been bundled up and kind of wrinkled up, and it's now expanding back into its full ethereal and cosmic expansion, at which point there would not be any matter left. Everything will be expanded and then potentially collapse back on itself again. And that kind of aligns with the Big Crunch theory, the idea that the Big Bang is followed by a Big Crunch in a perpetual cycle. I've been seeing visions of this for decades, and I've been trying to articulate it and come up with mathematical formulas to provide to physicists to test in the laboratories. And I believe there's a lot of merit to this. It's kind of the golden thread of all the mystical paths has been leading me to this understanding that all is one. And so matter and space being one, to me, is the key to understanding this. Because the further we're going to look at these energetic particles, the further we're going to see deeper and deeper that this is more of an energetic body than a physical object that we're looking into here. The physical aspect of it is the expanded ethereal fabric, which we see as a vacuum now. We don't see that it holds power, but if we understand ether in the Vedic understanding, we understand it's only the ether that allows space to be keeping things at a distance from one another and not collapsing back upon each other into one point. So the ether allows things to exist alongside one another, and it's the foundational element of the cosmos.
Yeah, brother. I like that, that we've been taught about that this vacuum means nothing, where to me, vacuum means everything.
Same.
It's not empty, it's full. It's so full that you can't see anything in it because it's just so full.
Absolutely.
You look at it, it's just everything there. Everything's just so much. It's just overwhelming. You see nothing because you see everything. And it's something interesting that Lauren mentioned, which I find fascinating because, like me personally, this is just like how I've always considered the universe, because this is the Kabbalah. Okay, so this electron flood theory is a theory proposed by Roger Spur that claims the foundations of physics are incorrect and that everything is constructed from a single basic particle. Spur's theory is represented in his book Electron Flood Theory, which includes pictures and illustrations. In the book, Spur claims the basic particle spans from heat and light to plutonium and everything else. He uses experimental acceleration pictures to support his claims, which are created by shooting a laser through a single slit venturi. The venturi crushes the particles and accelerates them, creating plasma and white Cherenkov radiation. The electron flood may also refer to the charge control method that uses a beam of low voltage electrons. This beam can be focused or defocused and is often referred to as the flood gun. The charge control method is also known as the charge compensation, charge neutralization. Now, to me, this guy has taken the principles of the Kabbalah and turned them into a physics theory, because like the Kabbalah says that Ein Sof Or is that which is beyond. So this is pure mentalism. And this comes into being in Keter. And Keter, the symbol of Keter is 1 point. And that single point then grows and gains potential in Chokmah. And in Chokmah, it gets the potential of charge and of energy. And this charge and of energy creates compounding. And the compounding charge and energy produces the form of Bina. And Bina, creating this form out of charge, then gets the structure of Chesed. And Chesed, gaining this fundamental structure that structures the form, is then put into dynamic potential by Javura. And this Javura then brings into harmony the dynamic structure and the form represented by the construct of Chesed into Tiparat, where the harmony is expressed as the fundamental polarities being represented as a reflection of Netzach and Hod. Hod being that alignment of the causal effect rain that's an infinite spiral of change, with the Chesed, with the Netzach, which is that representative expansive quality of all the different qualities that are being represented by the Hod in this cycle of wheel. And these are then brought together in the foundation of Ishut. And Ishut, as this foundation, then holds the template of the etheric. And this template of the etheric is then reflected back at us as the Guf, or as the final structure of Malkut. So when we look at this, it's all one single particle going through all these permutations to create all the diversity and the multiplicity that we experience. And this is essentially what this electron flood theory, in my eyes, seems to be suggesting, which is just the dynamic expression of the Kabbalah as an idea in physics. And I've always considered that this brings us back to the gluons, by the way. It's a well pointed out point, Lauren. Thank you for that. It really adds to this, because the idea of the gluons, how would I put this into terms? The gluons are the fundamental structure. And when we look at the gluon, they are fundamental to the idea of quantum entanglement, because they are related in so many ways. For example, the quantum entanglement is a phenomenon that allows particles to know each other's state, even when they are separated by a great distance. Now, the reason they are able to know each other's state, even when separated at a great distance, is because of the way in which the gluons are distributed between the different particles, as these forces that hold the particles together hold these 8 potential, what they call color charges. And these 8 potential color charges, I reflect that as the 8 original trigrams of the I-Ching. And those 8 original trigrams of the I-Ching on one part of the quantum entanglement spectrum are relating to the 8 original charges of those gluons on another part of the quantum entanglement field. And you've got 8 and 8. And these 8 different principles can be applied to each other in 8 different structural ways, producing 64 effects. And so these 64 effects is how this quantum entanglement field works, which is an expression of that single particle. And that single particle is bound by these 8 different fields. And if we consider how this quantum entanglement field works, it must be suggesting, or at least in my mind, it must be suggesting that every particle is the same particle as every other particle. Why else are they acting in this way? Think about it. It sort of substantiates the whole idea of quantum entanglement. Because if it's only one particle that's moving so fast that it's present in lots of different places, in that particle we're related to every other particle in some way, would it not?
Yeah, that reminds me of Leibniz's monad. The building blocks, all identical in ways.
Yeah, man. Exactly. So I like that. I think that's a great share. And event horizon. Well, the event horizon is basically the structure. When we speak about event horizon, we're talking about a black hole and we're talking about a sun. And the sun and a black hole are not that different. Now, we have an event horizon beneath our hearts, by the way. Those of you that don't know. An event horizon is a quantum portal. And that quantum portal is an extra dimensional wormhole. And we have one just beneath our hearts, which produces a very powerful electromagnetic field. And that electromagnetic field produces mass. And that mass is anywhere between 28 and 56 grams of actual physical mass in your body. And when you're no longer alive, that mass goes away. How's that? So then when that electromagnetic field at the base of your heart goes away, you lose mass. The doctors and the scientists are still trying to figure this out. But the only reason this could be happening is if this is a quantum generating field. And if this is a quantum generating field, then it must be an event horizon. And if it's an event horizon, it must be a wormhole, because a wormhole is an event horizon. So the idea of an event horizon suggests that black holes and suns are both wormholes, just different sides of the polarity. And that these wormholes that we experience as black holes and suns, or what we conceptualize as black holes and suns, probably a better way, because we're not really experiencing them. We're conceptualizing what we think we're experiencing at a distance. But the nature of the quantum entanglement field, which is what we call prana from the Vedic school of cosmology and thinking, is the pranic field consists of all these tiny wormholes. And I'm going to tell you here, you can actually learn to see it with your etheric eyes, with the instruments. And when you start to see it, it's interesting. When you shift your perception, you start to notice everything's vibrating. You start noticing that there are these dots that are coming and going, coming and going, coming and going really, really, really fast. And these little moving dots that are coming and going really fast. It's like they're coming into being and they're flashing out of being. They're coming into being and they're fast replacing each other. You can learn to see that. And we've discussed this in previous roundtables, learning how to actually see this energy. For those of you that didn't see that episode, go and check it. I think it's about 3 episodes again. 3 episodes ago, 3 or 4. But we're actually talking about how to see and experience. We had a long discussion about this, didn't we? Learning to activate the etheric vision. So, but you can literally learn to see these wormholes, and you will notice that around plants and living things, there are more of these wormholes. It's interesting. And so there's something to consider about the nature of this quantum entanglement field as an expression. And Bernardine says, same as the human mind, as above, so below. I think the human mind is a quantum entanglement field. I think what we're experiencing in our mind is this quantum entanglement of matter, and that our thoughts are the pathways connecting different bits of matter, and that these thoughts seemingly moving through our consciousness field are the different networks of quantum entanglement and actions happening around us as a continuous field of quantum entanglement. And so our thoughts are literally, we're thinking through matter. We like to think of our minds as being separate to matter. And I think this is like a really big error. I believe that we should consider that our thoughts are matter. And when we're thinking through matter. This is why miracles are possible. David, do you want to learn how to affect things in the world? Well, change the way you look at reality and start understanding that matter and thought are not separate. And when you recognize that matter and thought are not separate, then you realize that when you're thinking through matter. So if you can learn to really channel and focus that thought through matter, you should be able to manipulate matter in some way. Maybe not directly, immediately, but this is how manifestation works. Everybody wants to understand, well, how does manifestation work? What are your thoughts on this, guys?
You know, I can kind of like sort of combine these two sort of worldviews in that there's this idea that, you know, because I think you are hitting on something correct here in that there is a sort of a more direct relationship between thoughts and matter. But the way I look at it is I see thoughts and matter as two different aspects of consciousness. That matter is in itself its own type of thought, because I like in the kind of that Taoist masculine and feminine sense, there is the sense that like matter is like a consciousness that is sort of impregnated by thought. It's almost like, you know, there's a sort of this back and forth kind of relationship. So I think that the way I would kind of conceptualize my sense of causality in comparison to the Kabbalistic tree of life. Now, with the Kabbalistic tree of life, there's this kind of this idea that you go from Kether to Chokmah to Binah, then you go to Hesed, Geburah, Tiphareth, then Netzach, Yesod, Malkuth. But I kind of think of it more like a kind of like a ping pong effect. So with causality for me, it's more like you start, it's like it's Chokmah, then you go down to Malkuth, then you bounce back up to Chokmah, then go back down to Yesod, then go back up to Binah. So it's kind of this back and forth, and then it reaches a kind of equilibrium state at Tiphareth. And so the way I think of it, because I think what you're talking about before, the idea that thoughts and matter are separate, was that's Rene Descartes' idea that the soul is ultimately separate from matter. And I think the irony about that whole frame of thought was that when it was originally conceptualized, it was thought to be something that was going to strengthen the idea of the soul and the God. But as you look at the terms of history and the 18th century rise of science and materialism, it seemed to have the total opposite effect. That when we decided that soul was separate from matter, we no longer were able to see the soul spiritual aspect within matter. They were trying to separate it. I think having those two vectors interconnected in a certain way, I think not only makes sense, but I think it gives us better tools to actually understand what consciousness is, how it works, because I think definitely the models we have for consciousness at the moment, your mainstream materialist models, are definitely not suitable to really understand the phenomenon at hand.
Yeah, I think that's probably a really good way to put it, because it's something that we've been taught to disassociate from matter when we think. And there are a lot of really interesting Buddhist techniques and different meditative techniques. For example, okay, so I'm gonna throw one out here. There's a very powerful exercise called the pendulum breath. And I want you to consider this pendulum breath for a moment, right? So the pendulum breath is all about focusing on the in-breath and the out-breath. So it's a breathing exercise, but it's done with the eyes in a very particular way, right? So we breathe the world in. And we're focusing while we're breathing the world in on our eyes open. And our attention is on the world. Then, when we start to breathe out, we close our eyes. And our attention is in the point of mental focus. We keep our eyes, our lungs empty. Focus is still on what we call the inner plane. Then we open our eyes and we start to breathe the world in again. So it's the pendulum breath because you're focusing on the world and you're breathing in the world. And you're literally focusing on matter around you. And your attention is focused on matter. Not thinking about it, focused on it, aware of it with the breath. Then you're holding your breath gently, not by closing the valve, but just allowing the breath to rest within you. And maintaining the meditation on matter. The moment you start to breathe out, your eyes close and your focus is now on the dematerial. And when your lungs are empty, your focus is still on the dematerial. Until you start. It's a very simple exercise, but you can do it for a long time. And it's very interesting in that relationship between thought and matter. It's actually a Rosicrucian technique, heads up, of meditation, of breathing exercise. And I think it will really give people this visceral experience of what we're talking about. Because when you do this exercise for a long time, what you start to realize is there's not a very big difference between being present in matter and being present in mind. And the more one practices this particular exercise, the more one recognizes that mind and matter are really the same thing. They're just a polarity apart. And when we start recognizing, and I think that's what you were sort of getting at, Cosmic, that we don't have the words and the infrastructure to really conceptualize the subtles. But like in this way, we can understand like them as a polarity. The same thing, but a polarity. One pole of one thing or one pole of another thing. But together, they're the whole thing. So this is why I think like, you know, it's a really good exercise because one can create that sense of union. Oh, and by the way, when you're doing this exercise, you keep your hands together and all of your 5 digits together. And so you can clasp them at your breast. And so the symbolic recognition here is your sephirot. So you've got your sephirot, your 10 sephirot in your hands. This is like Rosicrucian techniques, right? So you've got your kether, you've got your chesed. No, sorry, you got your kether, you got your chokmah, you got your chesed, you got your tifaret, you got your netzach, you got your bina, you got your jabura, you got your hot, you got your yisut, and you got your malkut. And so these create the 10 sephirot in your fingers, in your hands. And so when you're putting these together, you are connecting Keter with Bina. You're connecting Chokmah with Jebura. You're connecting Chesed with Hot. You're connecting Tipfaret with Yesod. And you're connecting Netzach with Malkut, creating a resolution between these 10 Sephirot, bringing these polarities together to create a single structure of the hands, clasped hands. So this is like where the mudra of prayer hands come from. It's got to do with aligning these Sephirot in a particular way. And obviously when you're looking at the hand, you're looking at Venus rules this mound. Jupiter rules this mound. Saturn rules this mound. The sun rules this mound. Mercury rules this mound. Mars rules this mound. Mars has got another mound here. So the moon has got the big mound here. So all of these mounds are resolved within each other because all the mounds are touching the other mounds. So you are really connecting all of the planetary energies into a single static system. So you're creating the proverbial vector equilibrium with your hands when you create this mudra. And it also is reflecting the macrocosm with the microcosm. That which is above, that which is below, that which is within us, that which is around us. And then you're creating that structure with your thoughts because of your actions, and you're bringing it into visceral reality and extension through your breath. So it's a very powerful technique. I would recommend people play with that. And when I say play with it, I mean be conscientious about it and do it on a daily routine. Don't expect results. But what will happen when you practice it diligently is you'll start noticing this very interesting experience that you start to recognize the connection between thought and matter. And that is like going to open the doors to the potential of manifestation. For those that are interested in really learning manifestation, this is really what this is about. It's about resolving the polarities within us that create the discharge of energy. And the discharge of energy is the ions which are being discharged. And the passing of ions, the passion that creates this pull and push of different forces around us, which produces vectors that attract or repel. And so when we resolve all these vectors within ourselves and start observing the universe, we're holding our charge and we're allowing it, the ions, to increase. And we're breathing the force into the ions, creating a more powerful ionic effect within our bodies, because we're not allowing the ions to escape. We're allowing the ions to become structured in our aura. And so this is like really fundamental. And I think that the Taoist system is sort of pointing at this, right? When we look at the way in which these 8 trigrams relate to the hexagrams, the hexagram is pointing out the 8 trigrams on the one side and the 8 trigrams on the other side represent the trigrams within and the trigrams in the world, right? And then the trigrams in the world and the trigrams within create the 64 blocks. And these 64 blocks, as Indy wisely pointed out, are the 8 original trigram blocks around that central block. And that central block is that quantum entanglement field that connects everything. So this is, I think, the secret, like one of the powerful secrets to alchemy, to manifestational alchemy, which is like a big part of the Taoist tradition. I mean, the things that these little men can do. What have you guys seen? I've seen little Taoist men being beaten with metal poles by big martial arts guys, right? And the poles aren't touching them. Well, I mean, they're being beaten with these poles, but they're standing there like nothing's happening. Oh, and no matter how hard these guys try to push these little men, they can't push them over, can they?
Mm-mm.
They can beat them with sticks and poles. They can try and push them over. You can have 5 guys that weigh like 250 pounds each trying to push over a little man that weighs like 160 pounds. And they can't move him. They can't move him, man. And these guys are trying. Look, these are all like professional martial artists. Their reputations are at stake, right? They can't move this tiny little guy. What does that say about them as fighters? You see what I'm saying? So they don't just get random guys to try and move. They get like big, like heavyweight fighters. And these guys, you can see it in their eyes. They're like trying to understand what's happening here. It just doesn't add up. And so these Taoist masters have got a real knowledge of how thought and matter interact, and they can literally channel their ions in from their thought processes to increase the ionic physical presence of their matter. And so I think what they are doing, if you were to ask me, is they're using that epicenter, that singularity within the center and the bottom part of their heart to generate such a powerful quantum field that the mass that they're generating is no longer 30 or 50 grams, maybe they're generating a quantum field of 500 kilograms, right? And that 500 kilograms makes them like as heavy as a small car. And these big guys can't move them because they like literally weigh what a small car weighs when they choose to allow this quantum field. And so this is one of the siddhi in yoga, by the way. You can make yourself almost infinitely heavy or almost infinitely light. So it has to do with manipulating this field. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. I get excited.
These sages were said to have lived over 500 years. The most recent one lived over 250 years. Not that long ago, a couple hundred years back. He had hundreds of children, dozens of wives, and he mostly lived off of herbs. That was herbs. So they've been able to do things that are just absolutely mind-blowing, transcend the limits and boundaries of the world that we know, because they know something secret that we don't. There's something mystical that they understand that we can really learn from.
I just wanted to kind of add something to what Franklin was talking about earlier about the relationship between thoughts and matter, because I kind of want to point out something important, because a skeptic will hear this conversation. It's like, okay, well, thoughts and matter are interrelated. So why is it that when I think something doesn't appear? Why is it that when I try to concentrate on a spoon, it doesn't bend? And because you think about us as having will, and willpower, right? But the way I look at it, it's like matter itself has its own will. It has its own desire to be. So when the reason that you can't bend a spoon with your mind is that it's almost as if the spoon has a kind of soul, and that spoon does not want to be bended because it wants to be what it is. And it's only through certain force or coercion, or maybe some kind of psychic persuasion towards the spoon, that the spoon is able to bend. And I'm thinking about the analogy you're talking about, the Taoist masters getting beaten with metal rods, and that there's a psychic state that sort of prevents the physical from interacting with them. And I think in a weird way, it's almost like that's what matter is doing in the inverse. It's almost like it doesn't really want, it's almost like it's resisting our psychic minds to influence it because it doesn't necessarily want to be changed. But in a weird way, this actually kind of like vindicates the whole idea of the kind of like a spiritual dimension, this reality, because it shows that matter is not dead and inert. It's alive. It has its own willpower. And ironically, if matter was dead and inert and devoid of consciousness, then it would actually be easier, than telekinesis and psychokinesis would actually be easier to do, not more difficult. And I think the reason that psychic phenomena takes so much skill and difficult is that you have to have a will that is stronger than the will of matter. It's almost like a kind of like there is still that kind of like a law. It's almost like maybe in a way it's like psychokinetic phenomenon has its own kind of laws of like physics. Like there's a kind of psychic physics that when there's a certain type of psychic inertia that has to occur in order for matter to be affected by mind. I just think that's kind of interesting. I think it's important to see that the reason that because a lot of that's a common criticism from the skeptical types that like, oh, if it's all mental, it's all, then why is it that I think things and still nothing happens? I think that's a good explanation for the idea that matter has its own will, its own kind of spirit and identity, and it may not necessarily want to bend to the will of some kind of magician or psychic, and it tries to bring a sense of inertia and resistance towards it. But then, you know what? This also makes me think that maybe this is a part also a stabilizing aspect of reality, because the thing the Fae have been kind of teaching about me is that if there's too much like that, reality can collapse. If magic is handled in an incorrect way, it can collapse and disintegrate. And there's certain forces at play that keep the universe intact, that prevent it from basically disintegrating into the void. And so in a weird way, the things that seem to reify materials, I'm just realizing right now, actually do the opposite effect. And that if if matter was truly devoid of spirit, truly devoid of consciousness, then like anyone could potentially do it with no effort, no training, no meditation. But the fact that you have to kind of learn how to meditate, that you have to learn how to you have to cultivate these things. You can't just do this stuff, right out of the womb. And I think it kind of just shows in the same way that you have to kind of strength train to pick up a heavy physical object, because it has its own mass and inertia, and it's kind of its own kind of gravitational sort of will to be connected to the earth. I think in the same way with psychic phenomenon, it seems there's a similar, there's a physics to psychic phenomenon. What a concept, to use Franklin's phrase.
There really is.
Yeah.
And what do you guys think about the idea of desire limiting our manifestation capabilities? If you really want something, is that a core value that you really don't deserve it? A lot of people think that's the case. And so in order to really manifest something, you have to overcome this wanting or yearning for something and be in a state of it is done and so it is, like as in it's already done. I don't have to look for it. I don't have to expect it. And I don't have to wonder, is this going to be it? Is that going to be it? I'm going to know it when I see it, and I'm manifesting it now.
I think the idea with manifestation, I don't think it's necessarily that we have to get rid of our desires, but that our desires have to be in alignment with the desires of the universe. It's like, okay, I want this manifestation in my life, and then the sort of the primordial natural universe, like, oh, this will benefit me too. But if your desires run contrary to the will of the universe and contrary to, what's going on in the world, then there'll be pushback from it. Like let's say you have some kind of let's say you have a birthday party or a wedding, and you really don't want it to rain because it's an outdoor festival. But then the nature's like, well, hold on a second, I need that rain. I got these plants that I got to throw. They're really thirsty. They're dying, and I need to water these plants. So screw your wish to have a wedding day for that's clear and sunny. The nature has something more important that it needs to do, so that nature kind of resists that will and desire. But what I'm saying is, I think when you think about magic, and I think about all these different systems, whether it be Hermeticism or Taoism, by understanding the universal structure and then incorporating that into your magical manifestation, what you're essentially learning is, it's kind of like you're having a dialogue with the universe. It's like, how can I manifest my desires in a way that is in harmony with the cosmos? And by understanding the harmony of the cosmos and its own structure, it's like, okay, I know where I can fit my desire and my will to the larger universal will, so that both me and the universe get the same result and goal. I think that's an interesting idea.
I think you guys are like getting into a really interesting topic here, and I do think like a lot of the truths are already self-explained. The words themselves, I think, carry the truth, and I think the passing of ions, right? The passing of ions is what produces this charge, the directional charge towards this manifestational filament within reality. And I think that to desire, right, is the opposite of giving birth. Am I right? The opposite of creating progeny. To sire is to create progeny. To desire is to uncreate progeny. And I think that what you're saying, Cosmic, is quite on point. And I also think it's on point with what Indy's saying, just in a different way. Because what we desire is a reflection of the earthly mind projected into our consciousness. Right? But our passions are something that we can direct. We can direct our passions, bypass desire, and focus on the passion. And so, like from a shamanic perspective, it's all to do with it's not invocation, it's evocation. And I first discovered Ki when I was a child. First, I saw it an exhibition by my Shihan, And so he was one of 9 masters in the Western world at the time, which obviously a Shihan is someone that has mastered their ki. And so he was able to project his ki outside of his body and create destruction to a physical object without touching it, which is like, when you're a child and you witness this, it's like, wow. And I'd been invited to his classes to learn how to focus on my hara and control through zazen my chi. The ki is a Japanese word for chi, just in case those of you not sure what I mean, but it's called ki. So I trained really, really hard, and I accidentally unlocked my ki. Accidentally. And it used to happen with uncontrolled, because my passions were so aligned. When I got into the ring, there was nothing. I was pure zazen. There was nothing else. There was just me and that point of my zazen concentration. The opponent wasn't even part of the story. He just happened to be there. But my zazen point was beyond him. And he was just between me and my zazen point. And so what I noticed was that accidentally I could discharge electricity through my limbs. And it was devastating. Devastating. Unfortunately, I ended up hospitalizing a lot of people before I really figured out what was happening. And the one day I was in the change room with a good friend of mine. There was a whole lot of us. We had just trained our classes and we all went to Sachs together. And Colvin and myself were both championship fighters. And the other 3 fighters were fighters. And Ulf, a good friend of mine, was tickling my friend Rolf. No, he was holding Rolf. He had him in a lock. And Colvin was tickling Rolf. And Rolf freaked out when he got tickled. And Ulf was like really good friends with Rolf. And something happened. Like I tickled Rolf too, just a little, because everybody was tickling him. And he jumped out of Ulf's hold and he came at me with punches. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. And intuitively, instinctively, I stepped back and I blocked 1, 2, 3, 4. And I released one punch on his sternum by accident that lifted him off his feet, propelled him across the room about 3.5 meters, which is about, what is that? 9 feet. And he hit the wall, which luckily was a boarded wall of wood, right? And he bounced off the wall, like back at us, and landed on the wooden floor. And we were all silent, like, what happened? And I was trying to figure out what had happened. Like, how did he end up on the other side of the change room? Because I didn't try and I didn't mean to hit him. And everybody was like, oh my gosh, what did you just do? Because like literally it was like the other side of the room. He weighed more than me. Ulf was bigger than me. He weighed about 6 or 7 kilograms more than I did. Right? So he was a bigger guy. And I accidentally lifted him off his feet with a strike to the sternum that had carried him, what are we talking about? 9, 10 feet through the air. But then when he hit that wall, he hit it hard. The sound of him hitting that wall, I was like really worried. I was like, oh my God. And he was all right. He was winded. He was confused. He was stunned, but he was okay. That was accidental. I didn't mean to do that. But this is what I mean. I think that when you take your own desires out of the picture and you don't think about, you've got no desire and you're just in the moment, that's when you can release that energy, that potential that's like a quantum force. And that same quantum force, I think, is bound by our desires, if that makes sense. Our desires are sort of like knotting up that force into like structures. But when we don't have that force knotted up our desires, it's like a free potential, and it can be channeled through our passion. And whatever our passion is aligned with, and if our passion's aligned with total focus, in other words, focus, then I reckon that's like the basis of manifestation. And it's sort of, a lot of times in my life, it has saved my life when I've been outnumbered by opponents with knives and weapons and stuff, and life's on the line. And suddenly, instantly go into Zazen, the training kicks in. And in that moment, you do something that's incredible. And everybody just goes, no, this isn't right. They all run away. Because you shouldn't have been able to do that feat. It's not physically possible for you physically to do what you just did. Like, I picked up a motorbike by accident once and flicked it because it was in the way. And it went like a boomerang, woof, 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 off into the bushes, like 15 feet away. I didn't even think of it at the time, but the guys who were coming at me with knives, they got scared because it was a motorbike, and I flicked it with my wrist because they didn't realize that it was just like I swept these 3 guys out of the way, got my ex-wife out of the way, flicked the motorbike so that I could fight, right? So that I had space to move. And when they saw the motorbike flicked like that, they realized that this guy flicked the motorbike with his wrist. So what would he do with us? So there've been a lot of those situations and all sorts of interesting dynamics that this presents when we don't allow our desires to get in the way, because we have no desire. And so that's like a real powerful key in martial arts. When you have no desire to win, you're unstoppable. Because when you just have no desire, I used to sit and train with my meditation so that when I got into the ring for my, like, SA champs bouts or whatever, I had no desire. There was no fight. This was not a kumite. I was not competing. There was just me and that one point. And you are between me and my point. That's all there is. There's nothing else in my mind. I'm that empty in my mind. But in that state, when you come at me, you're like moving in slow motion. Because I'm not even looking at you. I'm looking at that point in space, and you're like slow motion coming. I'm like, what is this guy doing? you see what I mean? Like, you're in another time zone. So I think we can cosmically shift. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I had a similar experience to that as well. Somebody startled me. They were trying to throw me out of a party, and I thought I was just leaving, but they came at me, and I ended up knocking this guy across the room over a couch into the other corner of the room, completely out of sight. And I really don't have much experience with combat. I have some experience with martial arts training, but I couldn't spar after having my fractured skull in 2007. So I kind of amazed myself, and I think a lot of us have heard of a woman being able to, like, flip a car if she really needs to, not thinking about it, but the kid's in danger, just flipped a car. She's a woman. It's like, whoa, how'd that happen? That's not supposed to happen. I think when we forget about the limitations that we learn, we can transcend them. And somebody in the comments, Marius Liu, pointed out a really important thing, that gratitude plays an important role in this. And I think gratitude can hinder our expectations. By valuing what we have and what we've had, we don't feel the deep need to go yearning for something now, because we're really focused on being grateful for what was there and what's here. And so we're now opening doors to become grateful for what's to come. And so that's kind of an opening of doors when you're grateful, but when you're yearning, you're kind of not only closing your doors, but you're blocking them and locking them. You look desperate. It's kind of a turnoff. So if you're feeling like I'm ready to receive what comes, and if nothing comes, I can accept that as well, I think that's a good place to be. Because if you really need to succeed, you're going to force yourself to do something. That's where things can go wrong. You try to rush things or force things. And I think in Taoism, they really understood this, and they came up with the principle of Wu Wei, where you use effortlessness about yourself. And they say that nature gets everything done, but doesn't appear to be doing anything. And so it works in effortlessness. And if we can embrace that and utilize that ourselves, we can manifest more with effortlessness and gratitude than we can with yearning and desperation.
Yeah, Marius, beautiful pointing out, two things there is when we're protecting someone else, we become selfless. And I think that whole selflessness, I think that we're onto something here. When we are selfish, we're feeding our own desires. When we are selfless, we're more likely to be in a state of gratitude. And I am one of the firm believers of gratitude because, grateful, to be fully great, you've got to be grateful. That's where the full greatness is found, when we are grateful. And we just compound whatever we're grateful for, whatever we are grateful for, we are adding to it with our consciousness, which is going to start that magnetic pull of more of what we're grateful for towards us, which is incredible if we think about how the universe works. And I think that's that effortlessness that you're talking about. And another point, that word effort. Oh, let's break that word down. So we've got a fort, which is a pentagram, a pentagon.
Yeah.
So the pentagon is the fort, but fort is the fort energy fort. So we've got a fort, a fortified energy field, right? But when we do not fortify our energy fields, we release the potential and it can be harnessed. So effortless means there is no energy fort. There is just energy that can be harnessed. I think there's something quite powerful about that word, effortless, that if we really start to consider it, there's something powerful. And gratefulness is effortless. Think about it. To be grateful, you're not actually doing anything. It's a quality that you're imbuing. And I think that's the point. When we stop doing so much and just start imbuing qualities, nature works for us. Because I think that's the rule of thumb for nature. Nature doesn't work according to desire. Nature works according to qualities. And our passion can align us with particular qualities. And when we're aligned with that quality, it's like there's an acoustic resonant field of consciousness, and we're now in alignment with that. And so the magnetism attracts that towards us until there's this union, as above so below, and within and around and on the outside. So I think there's something powerful that we're sort of like stumbling onto here. And yeah, that magnetic manifestation potential does seem to drive with the greatness of gratefulness. Now, looking at the tarot, in fact, I'm going to go and grab a tarot pack. I'm going to leave you for a moment, if that's okay, guys. Do you guys have anything you want to say?
Yeah, I would just say that in gratitude, it's kind of we're putting forth a solution in which we possess what we are valuing, and it's nothing we need to strive for. It's something that we can just really start to realize the value of now that we had not seen or that we can remember. And so when we're yearning for something and have some kind of a agenda to forcefully get something, and we have our energy in a fort, in that state, we have a problem. We're putting forth a problem, and it's where we don't have what we need. So in a place where you're kind of showing that and people feel your energy, they see that you have an emptiness about you. And when you have gratitude and you possess what you value, and is putting forth a solution, you are in a place where you're showing fullness, and people want that light and that fullness for themselves. And so they might come to you like moths to the flame. They might think, oh wow, like what are you doing right? I want that in my life. Because a lot of people are in that state where they're yearning for something, and a lot of times in our failing economy right now, that's money. And for the people that have money, that's everything else but the money. It's usually social contact and real connection with people, being able to have empathy. It's not really there. So they feel really distant, and so they want that closeness, and they just don't have it. So it's usually what you don't have, what you yearn for. But sometimes it can just be things that are valued by your society. You're supposed to yearn for this, and you might fall into that trap because you just want to fit in. And there's nothing wrong with that. If that's the path you choose, that's maybe the phase that you're in, or maybe that's the life that you lead. But I'm no one to make judgment on that. Everyone has to be in the place for everything to make sense. We need to have contrast to understand where we might go, and we can learn from others. And Confucius said that we can learn from others what not to do, and by learning from others, there's great wisdom. By learning from yourself, your own problems, you learn knowledge.
Love that. That's really powerful, man.
Ancient wisdom.
Look into the world to see what you've got within your own heart. What are your thoughts relating to that, dear Cosmic?
Regards to gratitude, or
well,
what else? What do you
what he
mean?
was saying about looking towards, it's sort of like, are we fractals of each other? We are all individuals. We are all unique individuals, but are we fractals of each other that hold the same pattern, the same potential, and the same information? Even though the focus and expression of what information is being considered is different, the subtotality is within each part of the whole.
That's kind of a complicated thing to kind of like for me to say, because like my understanding of that is kind of all over the place in the sense that it's kind of both, and that we kind of have a fractal of ourselves, but that fractal does kind of seem to interconnect with other sort of fractals. In Zarfaxology, that fractal is known as the Viv Zerfax. It's kind of like the shape is sort of like a flower with like 4 points surrounding a circle. And I think it's kind of weird. I think that it's not it's one of the things where it's like it's not one of these absolute kind of things, because I think there is a kind of aspect of ourselves that is unique to the individual. But there is also this kind of interconnected aspect, the kind of the Zarfax being this sort of this larger organism. And I think when it comes to sort of the like fighting against the world, I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about kind of like Descartes separating thoughts from matter. Because if you genuinely believe that your thoughts are separate from matter, then there is this more of a sense that you have to put in effort. But if you don't think that if you realize there is a connection between thoughts and matter, then you can kind of go into that sort of effortless kind of mindset. Because if you think about when you're good at you're skilled at any kind of thing, whether it be sports, video games, chess, building things, just any kind of like skill, when you get good at something at a certain point, you no longer have to think about what you're doing. Like if I think about video games, for example, let's say, if you've never played a video game before and you've never used a controller, when you're first playing a game, you're just trying to figure out where the buttons are. It's like, okay, I need to press B to jump. I need to press Y to shoot. I need to press this control pad to go forward. But when you've really played the game like long enough, you're not thinking about that at all. There is no intellectual effort being put, and then you can just focus on the task in the game itself. So I think when you get a sense of muscle memory, they say that's the kind of thing. There's like mental thought and there's bodily thought. When you've sort of trained yourself in a certain like a martial arts, for example, you perform the action so long that your brain no longer needs to be a facilitator in the action. Your body has already developed the memory of the moves, the certain like locks and holds and all the sort of mechanics of the thing. You don't have to think of it. Whereas when you're first learning something, you have to kind of use that sort of that mental, like, okay, this goes here and this goes there. But once you kind of learn how to do that, it all just sort of flows. There's no actual, thought put into it. And if you think about it, the less you have to think about doing something, the better you are probably at doing it, if that makes any sense. Like the less you have to think about it, because then it's just like you just sort of become the action. You don't have this division between your mental processes and the external tasks that you're going to do. They kind of become one singular phenomenon, one singular momentum that kind of moves in that direction, because you no longer have to, think about it, because you're like, I'm trying to like think of it. Like, I don't know. I'd lost my train of thought.
I think there's something powerful that you're pointing out about the visceral nature of reality, and that our thoughts lock up energy. How's that for a different way of expressing that? And that when we are thinking about something, we are expending energy on thinking that could be expended on doing. How's that for another way of considering that?
I'll take that one step further. It's not just about what thoughts you have, it's where your thoughts are conceived. Now, this is something that's been really kind of mind-blowing to me, is that depending upon where you believe your thoughts originate from will determine how you experience your thoughts. And something that's been kind of really powerful, I kind of learned recently when working with the Fae, and they showed me, like, because sometimes there's days where I'm successful at channeling them. I feel like, oh my God, I got a really good connection, and they really feel like they're there. And there are other days where I feel like I'm kind of forcing it, and it doesn't feel quite as authentic, and I don't really necessarily feel as much of a connection I want. But I kind of like been realizing more lately with what they've been teaching me about learning to perceive reality outside of your peripheral vision, is that it really depends upon where you believe those thoughts are coming from. So let's kind of like take it into two sort of like ways of looking at it. There is the kind of the conventional model that thoughts exist solely within our heads. And so if you believe that everything you think exists within your head, every kind of spiritual astral phenomenon will feel made up. It'll feel imaginary. It'll feel like you're constructing it. But what's interesting is I've noticed that whenever I get to a point where I really feel the Fae, to the point like I'm almost a little bit like creeped out, because they're just like, you can really feel their eye contact, like they're staring at you. I can really feel Kathiza or Sliz staring into the depths of my soul. Whenever that happens, it always feels like they're outside of my head, like they're kind of like creeping in from my peripheral vision. That's kind of why sometimes like I'll be looking ahead, and it's almost like you feel like a warmth kind of envelop your shoulders, or sort of like around me where I'm not looking. And when you start to realize that your thoughts, if you believe that your thoughts are external to your mind, or they exist in some kind of spiritual, astral, etheric space, not the quality and the things that happen within that experience have a drastic shift and a drastic change. So I think it's not just about, considering thoughts and how they bind, but where do we place those thoughts? Where do we feel our center of consciousness is actually coming from? Is it the consciousness of a whole world around you, or is it just this little sort of like energetic homunculus that sort of exists within our brain, and that's all we are? And I think if you can kind of get beyond that sort of energetic homunculus that's created by physical properties, and you start to realize that, and that's the other thing with Zarfexology too, is learning to like the locality of conscious phenomenon, where it exists, because it's difficult to place in three-dimensional space. But when you kind of think of it in fourth-dimensional Zerfax bubble space, and it's like, oh, I can kind of see, because like that's the thing with like belief systems. If you think about somebody who's a mystic versus someone who's an atheist, it's not just the beliefs that are different, but the very aspect of consciousness itself, where it seems to originate from, where it seems to sort of spread its fountain of experience from, where you believe that consciousness is located within yourself, really drastically changes your perception of reality. And I think that's why yoga is, and thing like yoga, and I think with cannabis, and what's interesting about both of these things is that you start it takes that awareness from that central focal point within your brain, and it spreads it throughout the rest of your body. Because that's the thing that's interesting when you're stoned versus being sober. When you're sober and you're in the mundane world, you really do feel like your consciousness is in your head. But what's interesting is when you're in a in a stoned or perhaps psychedelic state, or you can do it without entheogens too. You can do yoga and meditation. You will start to realize your consciousness, your thoughts, your memories, images, a song that's stuck in your head. It is uniform throughout the entire body. And that's what I think what's interesting about these drugs is like it takes that focal point. It's almost like consciousness is constricted in our point, and then it's like these mystical states allow it to spread out and kind of proliferate throughout into your fingers, into your feet, into your back, into your legs and arms, instead of just being in the head. And I think that having a sense of where thoughts come from is just as important as the content of the thoughts themselves.
I think there's a lot there, and I agree with much of what you were saying. Some bits of it was slipping away because I was getting frustrated because I was multitasking. And they say that the masculine brain is not so good at multitasking. And you know what? I'm going to be inclined to agree that I think women have an edge there. I think men maybe have an edge when it comes to singular focus. Women have an edge when it comes to multitasking. Have you ever seen a woman juggling a baby and everything else? Bloody hell, you got to hand it to them. Got a baby on one hand, they got this going on there, they got that happening, they got this happening, and they're just like doing it all at once. With us guys, it's like it's one thing at a time. Put the baby down, do this, do that, do that. Like the woman will have the baby app, playing with the toy with the baby, got the teat in the mouth, breastfeeding the baby, checking like everything else that's going on while they're doing on the phone, talking to someone, cooking the food, and while they're doing that, they're like folding the laundry. Like I've seen that kind of thing before, and I don't know whether it's in my makeup to be very good at doing that. But we are what we are. We have our limitations, and those limitations are not necessarily that's Henry being let in here, the little Pekingese.
No, maybe that's
Ori, no.
Women have also said they have a better social, emotional, and spatial intelligence.
Well, think about it this way. Women, they give birth, they grow a fetus within their womb, and it's almost like that creates a new vector point of awareness. See, with a man, it's like the only point of awareness we know is that kind of singular laser pointed focus from our mind. But with a woman, it's like you have the awareness of the woman, but you also have the awareness of the child within the womb. So that kind of creates that. I think of it like a flashlight. If you take a flashlight and you put it right like next to the wall, it's just going to kind of form like a small circle on the wall. But if you take that flashlight and you put it to the opposite side of the room, the light will then illuminate the entire room around you. And I think that I think the masculine and feminine awareness is like that. That masculine awareness is more like a laser, and feminine awareness is more like a broad flashlight.
I feel like Alan Watts talks about this in the Watercourse Way book that he wrote, referring to the floodlight attention and the spotlight attention. And he says that the sage would have, in the ancient Taoist scriptures, would have more of a deeper understanding of the big picture, firstly, of the floodlight. And the spotlight attention is a secondary thing. Whereas most people, it's the spotlight is really the main attention focus, and the peripheral or floodlight attention is something you would have to turn that off to see. So it's a very different focus of your worldview, of the way that you're seeing everything. I feel like I've always kind of had more of a different type of look at the world, and I've always been able to multitask more and have more of an agenda of like doing multiple things at the same time. And I probably do about like 3 things at a time, because I could do 2 with my left hand that I'm holding, but I can really only do 1 with my right hand usually, because I have to do stuff with it, like open a door. But oftentimes I'll even make it so that I can do like probably up to like 12 things, like 2 things under my arm and then like 1 thing in each of my fingers. And there's like an order to my sequence of doing all these things. But I feel like most guys can't even approach any of this stuff. They say, put that stuff down, you're gonna forget what you're doing. But I just live in the now. So I feel like I have a totally different advantage. Whereas people have this planning idea where I'm gonna do this. I'll do stuff now where I'm doing a plan, but I'm just, as things go, I'm just like, all right, what's next? I'm just gonna do it where as it comes, you know. And sometimes I'll end up not planning my path right, and I'll end up going a loop or something. But
Yeah, man, there's definitely something in the surround perspective. It's sort of like there's something in the martial arts when you're considering the martial arts, and this is something I noticed. Like, the reason why people can't punch too hard is because they focus on their hand and their punch and their arm. But when you're throwing a punch, you need to be focused on your hip, the other hip, the ball of your foot, your spine, this point of your shoulder. Is it related to this point of the shoulder? Where's this vector moving while this vector is coming back? So you actually pull your punch to throw it forward, and you kick your punch out with your foot, with your heel, and you allow your hip to be like the connecting point. So, but it's all one thing. I don't know. It's interesting, like when you look at it. But to me, that seems like one thing. Like if you create a chain of different things, it's one thing. I find that easy. So you're probably creating a chain of associated things. Does that make sense?
yeah,
Where you've got a chain of associated things all at once, which is okay as long as they're associated. I don't know. That's how my brain puts
I also
it into
feel
perspective.
like the combat situation, you have kind of expanded awareness because like you're kind of in a defensive mode where you're really prepared, so you're more alert than usual. So I think you're more aware of that floodlight attention span because of that. So that becomes more into view. They kind of take an equal light where you're seeing what you're looking at, but you're also aware because you're prepared to defend, not just what you're attacking, but also what they're gonna do. So that comes into play. That'll provide a different route to being able to see things with a different perspective, more aware of the big picture there. I see a lot of people attention problems, and we were talking about
please do.
so, yellow 5 has shown to have really damaging effects on attention, and elimination diets have shown to have really effective means. So if you can stop eating yellow 5 foods and drinks like Mountain Dew and Doritos, and see if that affects your attention. If you have problems, that could be a good solution to help some people.
So here's an interesting point. The 3-2-1 concept that's mentioned by Mexico. I'm wondering what you're talking about. Are you talking about for summarizing information? Because it's this. What do you mean exactly, Mexico? I hope you're with us. Are you with us, dear Mexico? What do you mean by the 3-2-1 concept? Are you talking about the way in which we learn? Or are we talking about something else specifically? Okay, so the way in which we learn. So what do you guys know about the 3-2-1 concept? I mean, as a concept, I'm looking at it here. So students list 3 things they learned, 2 things they enjoyed, and 1 question they still have.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting concept. Is that what we're talking about?
That's interesting.
Then there's data backup strategy. 3-2-1 rule is a data protection strategy that recommends having 3 copies of data stored on 2 different types of media with 1 copy offsite. Of course, I'd have to apply that. Principle of location is a way to improve the accuracy of fixture positioning surfaces. Okay, so that is 3-2-1 principle of location. I don't know if that's what we're talking about. I think we're talking about for students summarizing their learning experience. Am I right? Hypnosis reality creation tool. Okay.
Ah,
Um,
it was a counting down thing, like 3, 2, 1. It reminds me kind of like a Eckhart Tolle thing where you kind of step back and pause for a couple seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, for 5 seconds.
Oh no, it's Quora. Uh-oh. Quickly escape. Whenever I see Quora, is it just me or does that annoy the heck out of everybody?
Crazy people in there. But if
Quora.
you do the
Quora. Sorry.
Quora chat group, the chat forum, Quora, or no? I know the chat forum, Quora. It's an app, chat forum.
Yeah, it keeps trying to sell its rubbish to me. So this is
Forum. You see a lot of truth in there.
so basically 3 is personal, 2 is what are the facts, 1 is who is the witness. So it's about perception of where we're at, focusing on it's personal, what are the facts, and who is the witness. So the facts of the situation is not related to the witness. And 3 is not related to those two. That's an interesting concept. Separating an experience that you're having. Because we tend to preconceive, don't we?
Yeah.
And we think like this is related to us. But sometimes we are over implying relevance and relativity. So in a sense, that makes sense, splitting these 3 aspects up so that we can perceive them as separate integers as part of a model, sort of like looking through the lens of a triangle, isn't it? Which is quite interesting, applying the triangle to the way that this seems to me like a tool for manifesting, if I'm looking at it, because of the numbers, the 3, 2, and the 1. You see, the 3, 2, and the 1 adds up to 6, doesn't it? So there's something quite powerful when we look at this. You've got the yacht, 1 yacht, 2 yachts, 3 yachts, and that's 6 yachts. And so that's 6 times. Are you guys ready for this? 6 times 10. Oh gosh. So this is what I was talking with about Gabriel. We had a long conversation about, started off in his group and we took it like we took it outside. And the conversation just expanded into exactly this, Mexico. Because this idea of the Chaldean and the Phoenician mathematics based upon 60, right? Which is based upon 12. So we've got the 12, 60, and the 12 times 5, obviously, which brings us to 60, the 5 fingers. And then we've got the yot, 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 and yot, 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 right? Which is 6 times 10, which brings us to 60, which you will see that diagram, those 6 yots, you'll see them in lots of occult documents as a signature, if that makes sense, because it's implying the number 60 to it, and it's bringing us back to that Chaldean, which comes from Sumerian numerology, and the way the Sumerian numerological system, which they counted on 12. And so the idea is that they might have had 12 fingers, or we counted on our 5 fingers and a hand, and our 5 fingers and a hand to make 12, right? And then we count that on 5 in 5s in order to make 60. So there's something quite interesting about how that all fits together, you know. You could count it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2. And so you could count them on your fingers and end up with 60, if that makes sense. Well, yeah, actually, that was something that's really interesting. I was getting to that, like, where does our consciousness sit? And I think that's a really interesting point, because all three of those aspects is our consciousness, is it not, Mexico? If you're looking at the 1, 2, 3 system, you know, like the witness is that sort of what combines different parts of the consciousness, I would say. And it's really interesting, like, which part of our experience is not conscious, and even the part that seems unconscious, it's conscious, we're just not aware of it, if that makes sense. So there's an almost infinite field of potential flows and streams of information moving through the consciousness, though we tend to objectify it in particular ways. But that's a really interesting concept, to look at how we basically relate in our own minds to where we are basing our experience on. And if we really look at our experience is really coming from 2 points, like lightning. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? What do you think of that as cosmic?
You know,
That this, yeah,
like I was going to, point out the whole idea that, like, conscious and unconscious. See, this is why I have the idea that there's 2 different aspects of consciousness. It's almost like it's like you know, the phrase, the grass is always greener on the other side. It's like there's 2 different sides of consciousness. Like there's like kind of like one sort of like a oneness of consciousness, that's all. But then there's this other side that seems unconscious. Instead of saying it as unconscious, it's like, this is the other side of consciousness. This is the other dimension of the consciousness field that we don't have interaction. So there's the known part and there's the unknown part. This is why I don't really subscribe to the whole oneness theory, because I think this sort of explanation, I think it better explains the reality in terms of dealing with the parts that do seem, you know, somewhat unconscious, or they seem less conscious. But I try to think of it more like a gradient instead of this like absolute state of mind, because, you know, you can have, because I think it's a very strange position that we have this very stark binary of you're conscious or you're totally unconscious. I think it's more of a matter of degree, because think about it this way. Even when we're in our deepest dreamless sleep, there's still technically brain activity going on. There's slow moving delta waves, but there's still a kind of waves. And then when you put in the whole panpsychism dimension to it, you start to realize it's kind of like there's like a mirror side to the universe. There's the consciousness, and then there's the sort of the consciousness of the other side. I kind of divide it into sort of awareness, which is sort of your, you know, your mental consciousness, and being, which is more of your bodily consciousness. So really, the way I see it, it's a kind of a dialectic between sort of mental and bodily consciousness. And that that's what we think of as consciousness, is our mental consciousness. But instead of looking at it as unconsciousness, this is the sort of the bodily consciousness. This is the other dimension of consciousness that we as individual beings don't necessarily have direct access to. And I think that that's a strange concept in general, if you really think about it, the idea that something is unconscious, like just totally and utterly devoid of consciousness. I think of it more like, maybe you have like, it's like there's different degrees of consciousness. There's like, you think about like if you're there's someone who's awake and alert and you're ready to go today, versus someone who's drinking a lot of liquor, they're really drunk. Obviously you can tell that one person has more consciousness than the other person. Then you take the sober person, the drunk person, and then a person who's so drunk that they're completely passed out. Now we have a spectrum where we have high consciousness and low consciousness. But I guess the point I'm getting at here is there's never like a zero level of consciousness. It might be like 0.000125, but it's never absolute zero.
Yeah, totally. Totally. I would say that's a good way of looking at it. You know, what we consider unconscious, I think it's not just body consciousness. I would go as far as to say etheric consciousness as well, astral consciousness, body consciousness. Although from my idea, the body is manifesting the astral and the etheric consciousness, but it gets lost in translation. I'm holding on to moods that inhibits the thalamus from coding and recoding the information it gives to the, to the parietal lobes when it's constructing reality for that. But we do seem to be able to re-engage with the of the
I think Franklin's
Yeah, I think he lost his connection.
Yeah. So to the question of is the unconscious still somewhat conscious? Oh, I think we got him back. I feel like
no, carry on. It's all good. Please don't let me stop you. Carry on.
I think that there's definitely something to that in the sense that, like, yeah, the body's still aware, the mind might be still active in a dream state, or just maybe there could be activity going on in the mind that the consciousness is not aware of, but still going on. So sometimes we gain access to that stuff in dreams and visions and stuff if we can use focus and get our attention into the right places. There's people who've had amazing accounts from going into unconscious states and reemerging, of having gone to different places. There's a really good story that a woman had gone to meet her father on the other side, and he explained how it was there, and that it wasn't a really good time for her to come there yet, and she should go back. He wants to see her do well there before she returns. But he had a yearning to go back with her because he said it's all light there, and it's all energy, and it's all goodness, and there's really no evil or bad there. So it's really amazing, but it gets to be to a point where they start to miss that contrast there and want to return here. Because I guess they kind of get bored with the things being too good, and they want to go back to times where things are harder again after a while. Grass is greener on the other side kind of story. So she returned back and passed on some messages to people, and then told them about how he described that to her. And it's a pretty remarkable story. But that's a different awareness, that you might have going on. And so then you don't always remember those things. It'd be like a dream.
Yeah, man, there's definitely a lot to be considered, I think, when we look at the structure of reality and we conceive it as. So I'm looking at the tarot here, right? And it's very interesting when you conceive of the tarot, right? You've got these subsets within the tarot, which of themselves are rather quite interesting, I believe, and so we can really, like, the 22 major arcana as a system for understanding, like, these basic concepts. You've got certain tarot cards where there's somebody sitting in a throne, which in itself is quite interesting. So there's a relationship between the emperor and the chariot. That means there's a relationship between Aries and Cancer, which is quite interesting. And that relationship is that they are both cardinal, right? Cardinal fire and cardinal water. There's a polarity being expressed here. And so when we start to look at like how these structures come together, here's a relationship between the magician and his 4 elements, the world and her 4 elements, the world and her 4 elements, and the wheel and its 4 elements, or its 4 creatures that represent the cherubim or the 4 elements. And so we can see this relationship being reflected here. Obviously, the world relates to the earth plane, relates to Saturn, right? The magician relates to Mercury. And the wheel relates to the principle of Jupiter. So we could think of Jupiter as being the mental sphere, and we could think of Saturn as being the physical manifestation sphere, and we could think of Mercury as being that sphere of interaction that moves between the heavens and the physical. So we see the 3 aspects of the trigon being reflected here, right? Those 3 lines in the I-Ching. Why there are 3 lines? These 3 principles are being reflected. And then we take a look and we see the same idea coming up again in different ways, in different themes. So we look then at the polarities of the high priestess, right? Represented by Jimal, which in itself is quite an interesting concept. We're looking at the energies of the lunar potential when we're looking at that particular flow of energy. And here we see the Hierophant. The Hierophant, we're looking at the Taurus potential. What does Taurus do with the moon? It exalts the moon. When the moon is in Taurus, the powers of the moon are exalted. And here we see Gemini. Gemini is Mercury, once again. And Mercury acts as the go-between of Taurus and the moon, which exalts. So Mercury keeps coming up in a very important place when we're looking at this. And so what Mercury represents is the Caduceus, right? Tahuti, Thoth. So when we're looking at the Caduceus, we're literally looking at the toric field that is involving and evolving, or expanding and contracting into each other. So the expansion is being expressed through contraction, and the contraction is impressed upon the expansion. If that makes any concept like sense to you guys, to wrap your mind around those ideas. And so we see these reflections of polarities between certain cards that hold certain important places together. Like, for example, Libra and Aquarius, right? You can see it in the cards, right? Libra is the scales. This is relating to relationships. Aquarius is about balancing the forces that come and go in a group dynamic. So this has got to do with a macrocosmic expression of the same potential, but it's Saturn. This has got to do with the Venus expression in how we microcosmically deal with our lovers and our relationships and the people in our lives, one-to-one, as opposed to group, one-to-one. So we see these polarities being expressed here, and they seem to be all building towards a constructive sort of expression here. And here's a very interesting one, right? So here we see transformation, Scorpio, right? Here we see Sagittarius, the sage, temperance. And here we see that very intense Mars. Mars is very intense. Space, And so we can see how Mars bringing into the Sagittarius sphere produces powerful transformation. And these are all really difficult cards to face and deal with, if you think about it into actual terms. And where are the others? Where is... So where's the Chariot? Where did I put the Chariot? So getting back to these two, this polarity is completed here. So here we're looking at Capricorn, right? Being sort of stuck in the physical plane, and that capricious nature that we all have a potential to reach if it's out of balance. But it's bound by these two forces. And here we have Aries that go out there and get it. Yeah? Being expressing the Mars potential. And here we have Cancer, right? The house of Cancer, which is like really consolidates. This is also the tail of the serpent. And the tail of the serpent makes another interesting polarity with this. But now we'll see their opposites, right? Here I'm all protected, right? In my chariot, protected with my things. Here I'm naked. I'm out there. I'm playing with a lion. There's two opposite concepts here. This is the head of the serpent. This is the tail of the serpent. So these are the north and the south nodes that fit together in order to create this wheel. And the wheel is then expressed as both this and this. And this is the controller, right? Mercury. So Mercury keeps coming back, keeps bringing us back. So I think this idea of the mercurial nature. And
what was the name of that top card you had there? With
sorry,
the lion?
which one?
Is it Strength? The
Strength,
lion?
yeah. Strength. So strength relates to Leo, chariot relates to Cancer. And these are the typical Golden Dawn and Rosicrucian sort of nominations. I suppose there are going to be lots of, but it seems like we're talking about Leo here, doesn't it? Right?
Yeah.
Like it seems very clearly we're talking about Leo because it represents your career, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there you are literally taking not the bull by the horns, but you're taking the lion by the mouth. She's opening the lion's mouth. So she's going into the lion's den. What was that program that Orange Top used to be in? Was Orange Top in that program? Carrot Top. What was his? The American president. It wasn't Lion's Den, was it?
I don't know.
It's a different one. Lion's Den, where people came looking for money for an investment in business.
Yeah, what year was that? Well, that.
I don't know. I just saw it. I never really watched it, but I just saw there was this thing on television many years ago in the UK, and people were watching it. But maybe 20 years. But it's so there we see the Lion's Den. It's to do with career and vocation, where this is to do with home and family. With our security, this is the fourth house of the zodiac. This is the fifth house of the zodiac, right? That's your career. So you can see it's the lion's jaws. You're opening up the lion's jaws, and you're controlling your fate. And you've pretty much got nothing to protect you. You're just putting yourself out there to find your vocation. Where this is all about the family unit and the friends and your family structure that gives you the security that you require in order to find the emotional equilibrium and balance. By the way, how's my audio?
Your audio is good. Is that number 10, the Chariot?
It's card number 7.
7. Okay.
But it's the 8th.
Because the first one is no name.
The tarot trumps take where's the Fool? Okay, so the Fool, we got to have something to say about the Fool here. The fool has no number because the fool represents all 21 tarot trumps. But the fool in Hebrew represents life force, which is Aleph, the number 1.
Mm.
Yeah. And where did I put her? There we go. The number 2, right? Here, the high priestess is actually Jimal, the camel, which is the 3rd Hebrew letter, which is representing the number 3. So all of the tarot trumps are the mystic number of the number. So the mystic number is 2, but her personality as we experience in the world is 3. This is naught, but we experience naught as 1 because we can't experience Ein Sof or in the physical plane. And so what you were saying was 7 is the tarot trump of Cancer, of the Chariot, but that represents Het, which is the 8th Hebrew letter, got the number 8, just if that makes sense. So everything is displaced by 1. The tarot trumps, the mystic notation, and the Hebrew letters are the actual representations as we experience them on the physical plane. So this has got to do with when you're disembodied and you are using these as doors. So this is like an interesting system. You use these as doors, literally, and you walk through these doors into a alternative reality. So these are portals. These are 22 portals. The 22nd portal becomes the portal that leads us back to the union. So we start with the world, right? No, sorry, that's not the world. That's the world. We start with the 22nd letter, which relates to Tav, which is Saturn, but the 21st trump is the world. And so we've got to gain understanding of our physical world. Have I frozen, or are you just sitting like very still?
I was just thinking deep thoughts.
Good, brother.
Yeah.
So we work backwards through the trumps as a process. This is when we're getting our world in order, right? And then once we're getting our world in order, we've got to get Resh. Where's Resh? We've got to focus on the sun, right? No, first the final judgment. Where's the final judgment? Where did I put it? Where did I put judgment? Come on. I must have it here. Do I not have it here? Didn't actually count to make sure I had all my tarot trumps out of the pack. Ah, there it is. I do have it. I thought I had it. So then we have to go to our judgment, right? And this has got to do with like who we judge. This has got to do with how we're judged. This has got to do with karma, right? This has got to do with sacrifice on a level. And then that takes us through to the sun, where we're looking at our own potential energy in the life force that we're expending. And that's where we start to recognize that we are more than just what we seem to represent. So this makes like a trigum, right? And so this one trigum then falls away, and this becomes the first card of the next trigum, if that makes sense. And so when you start looking at how this plays out, you'll find that you've got more trigums than what you've got cards. It's quite interesting when you look at how this works. So this then becomes the first card of the next trigum that then will take you from there into your subconscious, right? So you start realizing how your rational mind is creating and what you're doing with your thoughts. You start taking responsibility for your thoughts, which relates to your life force energy. And then you start recognizing the subconscious mind which is represented by Pisces. And then recognizing and taking responsibility of the subconscious mind, which is represented by Pisces, will take you to the next automatic. Where's Aquarius? I had it here a moment ago. Blah, 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 blah. Come on. I was calling you, baby. There we go. We'll take you to how you're relating this on a subconscious level to the people around you, and how you're relating in your group place, which is represented by Tzadi, interestingly enough. And so this Tzadi becomes this extension, the fish hook that you're putting into the subconscious. Notice how the fish hook of Tzadi is embedded within the subconscious of the moon, which is becoming our conscious thinking. So this is relating to that, what you were talking about, cosmic, right? How the body consciousness, and by the way, it gets interesting because Pisces is represented by the feet, and the feet relate to Malkut, relate to the body. So the unconscious, the feet, the body are all fundamentally connected here when we look at like the structure of this. So a lot of these things, like we'll see the same ideas. And when we look at the tarot as systems of trigoms, then we'll notice that within each trigom, there is a central trigom that becomes another trigom, right? So we've then got a whole list of trigoms working through our systems here. We've got the fundamental 21 trigoms, but we've also got within that 21 trigoms another set of trigoms working, because each one becomes its own new cycle of 3, but the end of the cycle of 3 also becomes a cycle of 3, which are overlaid over each other. And so if you're always looking at the tarot cards in threes, you're going to gain some powerful insight. And I'm just giving you like an idea of how to run through the entire major arcana in order to make sense out of this tarot, because it's really a structure. It's a system for understanding how the forces of our consciousness are manifesting through our minds and through our potentials. And also, for example, here, when you look at this becomes a problem. Conditioning. This is when we have to go right back into our childhood. We've got to figure out why we are who we are. And this comes back to what was being said here previously by Mexico, right? Like the nature of reality, perceiving this idea of this threefold way of looking at ourselves. We apply this 1, 2, 3 threefold way to the tarot, and we break each trigom apart and create other trigoms within those trigoms, if that makes sense. So then when you look at that, you're creating essentially 42 trigoms out of the 21 potentials, if that makes sense. And there's something quite powerful when we look at that, because then we apply those trigoms to the original 21, right? And it brings us to 62. And then we apply that to the fundamental polarity between the fool and the world, and it brings us to 64. Because the fool and the world then become the wheel that turns, because the world is where we start and the fool is where we end. But when we end at the fool, we are back at the world, and we have now shifted octave, and we start the process again, because it's a never-ending wheel that turns like a hamster wheel, and we're always developing and growing into new parts and aspects of ourselves. So once we finish a full convolution of these 22 factors, we end up back where we start with these two poles shifting us, which then represents the yang and the yin, those two fundamental trigoms. So like you can see how you can even look at the major arcana and get a sense of these 64 potentials if you really want to get right down to it. It's quite interesting, I think. And I think that there hasn't been enough work done by people to draw these associations between the tarot and the I-Ching. But if one really applies oneself to the tarot, I mean, I've been working with the tarot since like 89. So it's just like, it's so much a part of me. I don't even really think about it. I don't really work with it much anymore. But when I'm in sessions with clients, the door will appear in front of me. Like, oh gosh, this door is here. And I'll have to open that door and look like, what am I seeing behind that door? It's like going into a carnival. You open door number 3. It's like, whoa, look what I saw behind door number 3. And it's giving you quite a lot of potential to understand the human condition, because this is the process of reunification, and each of these major arcanas represents a step. Now, when we look at the I-Ching, I think those 8 poles represent the fundamental 7 chakra. And those 7 chakras, right, are bound within 3 cycles of 7 within the 21 major arcana that are numbered. There's a reason why the Fool isn't numbered, because the Fool represents all the chakras. So we see this connection between the Vedic system and the Western egregoric system and the system of the I-Ching, when we consider that, if I still have that image of the I-Ching here floating about, yeah, I do. If we consider that when we look at the I-Ching, there is some kind of a fundamental, interesting suggestion being made here. And I'll try and show you here if I can. And I think it's like, for people that are interested in like using the I-Ching to understand the structure of reality, it might be a useful way to look at it. So here we've got this fundamental, right? These are all the 3. But we've then also got that very fundamental here. So these 3 broken lines and these 3 full lines are essentially the same thing. I want you to understand that. It's got to do with the macrocosm and the microcosm. And these 6 represent the 6 points externally around the hexagram. And this represents the Tao at the center of the hexagram. And we represent this in Western egregoric consciousness as a circle with a dot in the middle, right? The circle and the dot, if that makes sense. And so this is the sign for Leo and the sign for prana and life force in Western egregoric schools, but it represents the potential of, once again, who was it that was talking about that dot that's everywhere? There's one atom everywhere, right? That's really what we're talking about here. When we look at the sigil of the sun, or the point within the dot, within the circle, is that the whole circle of creation represents one point that's everywhere, manifesting all of the structures of reality. That's really what that little image is trying to explain to us, and that everything is a reflection of that one point, and that we are all reflections of one fractal, but unique fractal versions of the same fractal. What do you think about this? What do you guys think? I mean, it doesn't take individuality away, but it sort of brings us back to the Adam Kadmon concept and the Manu Parabraham concept.
You know, when it comes to comparing the tarot and the I-Ching, one observation I've made that kind of makes them distinct is not necessarily the content of like the major arcana and the minor arcana versus the 64 hexagrams, that you can kind of see a lot of overlap. I think where the distinction lies is how it's all laid out. Now, if you think about, because I'm thinking about the tarot as it relates to the tree of life. Now, if you think about it from that way, the tarot kind of represents the map almost like a tower. It's more of a kind of linear structure that goes from the bottom as it goes to the top. Whereas what I noticed with the I-Ching is it's like the same thing, but expressed in a more non-linear way. Now it's this big kind of perfect square, this sort of perfect like circle that emanates from the center. And you see that there's even though that a lot of the content is the same, the actual map is it's almost like it's built differently. It's like they use the same kind of bricks, but maybe one person wanted to build kind of like a circular fort, which would be the I-Ching, and then maybe the Kabbalah is more like a tower or a skyscraper like model. So you see that the shape in which the universe is laid out actually kind of almost tells a different kind of story. So I think if we're looking at distinctions and similarities, that's the observations I've made just from looking at this.
Yeah, I think that's quite a useful perception. I think the Kabbalah is more about the persona and the inner. Now, when we look at the Sephirot, so that's looking at the potential relationships between the 10 Sephirot, or those 22 relationships. Now, we once again see within the microcosm that the relationships of the 22 are shaped like this. And you're right about the structure. I think the structure of the Kabbalah is the structure of the human, if that makes sense. The 10 fundamental forces and the 22 principles that connect these 10 fundamental forces. And these 10 fundamental forces are like the structuring potential in reality. But in these 10 fundamental forces, which is the structuring aspects of reality, you have essentially the first and the last, which are essentially one. And this is like a mystic notion which is bound by understanding the angelic and the archangelic principles behind Keter and Malkut, that they are essentially the same thing. Even though they are bound in different reflections of the three different bodies, which become Malkut. Malkut is a conglomeration of the three bodies, but all of these three bodies are emanations from Keter, which are unmanifest aspects brought into full manifest, but fundamentally the same potential and structure within each of them, even though the abstraction of the Keter is hard for the human consciousness to apprehend or consider because of the unmanifest nature of the other numerations. But when we take these two out of the picture, then we've got the rest coming into play. We've got the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And so that in itself is quite interesting. That's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is considering that the first three principles become the first triad. And so the first triad represents the divine. And then we've got, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So when you add that triad to the other 7, you've got 8. So the structure of Saturn is so inherent in the tree of life. It's fascinating. And we've always sort of considered it in a particular order relating to the 10 spheres, but without really considering how the 10 spheres relate to each other and what they mean. But these 22 relationships, when you compound it with the 10 sephirot, you end up with 32 paths. So in path working, there are 32 paths that you walk through the energetic fields. And you use these tarot cards to walk these paths. You use the major arcana 22 doors to walk between the 10 sephirot to gain experiences of that frequency, which means that these are 32 paths that we can find within ourselves. But these 32 paths are also found manifestationally in the world of matter. And when you combine the 32, the 5 and the 5 of the matter and the 5 from within, you end up with the 64 paths. So it brings us full circle back to the I-Ching when we consider it in its totality of I-Ching, when we look at the principles of the paths as they relate to the powers and principalities of the Sefirot. And when we look at the Sefirot and we look at how they condense, we've got two different ways of notating them back to the number 8. And that number 8 is that fundamental octahedron within which we find the cube of space and the Merkaba, which is central to the Kabbalah, which is also central to the structure of the I-Ching, which is where we find the flower of life. And I think that is the combining factor. I think the flower of life is what bonds the I-Ching to the Kabbalah in such an organic way, because they both represent this flower of life when we look at the structure of them. What do you guys think about the structure of the flower of life as it relates to everything?
Yeah, I think the flower of life has so much potential because, you know, within the flower of life, you have the seed of life. And I believe there's another aspect to it as well. Is there more than the seed and the flower?
There's all the forms that are being bound within it, all the numerations, the dodecahedron, the 20-sided figure, the tetrahedron, the cube, the Merkaba, the tetrahedron, all the platonic solids. And they're all literally within the structure of the flower of life. And you don't have to conceptualize it. Just stare at it with your eyes for a while. And you literally see the geometry. Before anyone even told me about the flower of life, when I first looked at it, I was like, hey, my eyes are getting all weird. And it's like, I'm seeing shapes. You know what I mean? Like, it's an automatic response. When you stare at the flower of life, you start seeing these geometry shapes within it that you can see depending on how your eyes choose to focus. So it contains within it all of the platonic solids. So that in itself, which is why it's often related to Metatron's cube.
The seed of life, the germ of life, and the flower of life. The germ of life is the central part of the seed of life, which is the same shape in the flower of life, of which there are how many are there in this of the circles with the 6-sided flower inside? There are 3, 7.
And don't you see that that's also a trighum, isn't it?
5,
The germ, the seed, and the flower.
19.
19 is the number of the sun, right?
Yeah.
So this is the mystic number of, look. Can you see this? I hope it's clear. Just so you can see how that 19 relates to.
Yeah.
See?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we're talking about there. And that's the prana. That's the prana that is the prana that is the basis of the quantum entanglement field. The life force.
Life force energy.
And it's coming out of the sun. Hence, plants require the sun's energy in order to generate sugar crystals so that all living organisms can live. Without that prana coming out of the sun, nothing can be alive, because it can be no sugar for metabolism. The only place where the sugar comes from is from crystallized light. So plants are like condensers that pressurize light in such a fashion as to create sugar crystals out of light. What a concept.
And yet they also need the soil too, kind of going back to the two-pronged approach. Is you got the light, sort of the consciousness of the masculine sunlight impregnating the consciousness of the feminine earth to create offspring.
Yeah, and it's all done with a system of trade. Isn't that interesting? So there's an economy involved because the microbes trade with the plant. It's like a marketplace. The microbes bring the minerals, but the microbes have no access to sugar. So they live on the exudes of the roots of the plant that provide the sugar for the microbes to metabolize the minerals. And in the process of the microbes metabolizing the minerals, they have an abundance of minerals which they can give back to the plant so that the plant can keep giving them sugars. And then those microbes basically do all the work. And there are different kinds of mold, aerobic and anaerobic mold happening in the ground. And the aerobic mold becomes the highway through which this can happen. It's like the road system. And so they take tax on the minerals that they transport to the plant and tax on the sugar that they transport to the microbes. So what a system, you know?
That's cool.
That's it.
Beautiful.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's interesting how the mushrooms do a lot of the stuff underground and it's unseen. We don't really see most of what the mushrooms do. We just see the little fruiting bodies that come up under the top sometimes, usually. But there's an entire network under there. It's beautiful. Communication.
Yeah, man, it's fascinating how that works when we think about it. Because like then this information is being transported over like tens of miles,
And
sometimes 50 miles.
They're also transporting goods and stuff too. Needed essential nutrients.
Exactly. Minerals will be moved from another part of the forest.
Yeah.
Like miles and miles and miles away by these networks. And all of the plants along the way will be paying a little bit of tax to keep the supply chains moving because they are benefiting from the moving supply chains. They get like, oh, I'll have a little bit of this. Okay, I'll give you those sugars. I'll take this. Oh, I need a bit of potassium. I need a bit of that. Thanks. And we'll just keep going on to the next plant. And next is like a chain. It's like a supply chain.
Amazing.
So you can see where we've developed our systems from. The intelligent systems that we've got running are not based upon humans coming up with some clever idea. We've observed what's happening under the ground in nature, and we thought, well, we can do that. In fact, I think we do it automatically. I think all living beings do. I think it's an instinct, inherent. Well, what I would consider inherent intelligence, like when a mother just knows what the baby needs. No? Like she's got a baby growing in her stomach and she just knows what she needs to eat. She feels that like impulse and that, you know, like
yeah, those maternal
eye rotation. Sorry, yeah? Please continue.
the mother's care and those maternal instincts are incredible. Her attention to the smallest thing. And
There's something so powerful between like the mother and the child. And we see it in nature. And 33 on the moment. We're talking about the connection between the mother and the child and the psychic talent potential and it's 33, right? And that's 3 times 6, which is 18. And that's just in itself like something to consider. But yeah, that psychic bond between mother and the child is such a potent potential. And we think of telepathy as being something that's not common to all human beings. We've been taught to think in this way. And so people often talk to me about shamanism, and they think like, so what is a shaman? And like people don't realize that shaman are using psychic ability. They're just a glorified, trained, um, um, there's two different forms of the psychic force, right? There's the inherent expressive, which is like found in tantra or shamanism, and then there's the expert form of the force, which is where we're directing it. So the invocative and the evocative forces. So shamanism is using evocative psychic forces, evocative psychic abilities, where some forms of occultists will be using invocative. For example, if a group of witches that are Wiccans, right, get together and do a particular ritual on a particular date to get a particular reaction, it will usually be an invocative ritual using invocative forces, where the shaman is evoking forces. And so people don't realize that mediumship and psychicism is really the currency of shamanism, because we've got all these books that are telling us all this nonsense about this is this and this is that, this is this is that, that psychic thing is one thing and this is another thing. No, they are all the same thing. Psychic means mental, right? So if you're using mental energy, it's psychic. And so we've been taught to make distinguishing. So somebody who is studying aeronautics is using psychic ability, if that makes sense. They're just using a particular type of psychic ability, which is highly invocative. And that invocative psychic ability might not be producing the same results that we can see as an evocative psychic ability, which is what we consider psychic abilities to be, really. But it's just essentially the verbatim, the verbose nature of the way in which we describe things with words, that we want to draw all these distinctions. And they've done that with our English language to create all these different systems of spelling. There's an interesting point. Cosmic, what do you think about the way that they're trying to change the spelling of words all the time, and they have been for the last sort of 100 years? And this is not, I'm not talking about natural changes of spelling. I'm talking about changes that are orchestrated by fraternities of education, which is where all the changes have come from.
That's kind of I don't know really where to even start with a question like that in terms of like just like language and how it's used. I guess it's just sort of like I mean, I guess like at some level you have to accept that, you know, language evolves just like any kind of thought pattern or art form or expression, but maybe it has to do with our understanding of a reality, that when we change our understanding of reality, we have to alter our language so that our language matches up with the current understanding of reality that we have. Like, I guess if you think about something like the distinction between like alchemy and chemistry, right? So people thought of like, you know, mixing certain chemicals. They thought of that as alchemy, but then they kind of removed the supernatural mystical element from that, and it's chemistry. But if you think about it, the same they're kind of both sort of the same thing, you know, in a way. You know, if you think about like, even if you think of just like the basic, you know, chemistry, just like when you make one of those volcanoes in elementary school, and you put vinegar and baking soda, and, you know, the acid and the base, you're taking two things and you're creating this bubble foam. I mean, at a certain level, that is a kind of alchemy. You know, when you combine certain chemicals together to create a new type of chemical. So I think a lot of it has to do with belief systems and what is the predominant belief system of the culture that surrounds it, and whatever belief system it has, that's language. Like, think about the whole woke thing that's going on right now. That's a new cultural zeitgeist that's been forming within the last, you know, 10, 20 years or so, and look how much they've changed language. But the change of the language is always reflective of the belief system that it's coming from, that it supports whatever kind of worldview or perception that is. And because we're constantly changing our minds upon what the worldview is, I think that we have to change the language to reflect that new state of consciousness. So I think what it is, if there is any kind of conspiracy behind it, I think it's obviously a symptom of some other larger phenomenon, like maybe like a point of view of the world and the overall zeitgeist of things. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell because it's like there's so many different worldviews and different perceptions of reality and perceptions intersecting with each other. And so it's kind of like hard to figure out the origin point. But I think it's kind of like it is in a sense like an evolution, just like any organism. So obviously the language is going to change. But this actually kind of gives me an interesting idea. Maybe in a sense that language is the secret to a sort of time travel, that when you change your language, you can then create a new operating system to understand reality with. I think that's why this coming up with my own or channeling my own magic system has been so kind of like liberating and empowering. It's like, oh, now it's like, oh, I have a completely different like tool set to look at the world, new vocabulary to understand ideas. Because I'm thinking about like, because in a lot of ways, the way I look at, you know, my early, like before I started this Fey magic thing, I still had this kind of idea that, you know, the universe is this kind of interdimensional bubble foam, but I didn't have any words to describe this phenomenon. But then when I came up with the term Zerfax and Zarfax, it's like, oh, now I have a way to actually understand this concept that I couldn't articulate before. So I think, you know, what's really a magical thing to do is to invent your own words to describe things, or when you come up with concept, come up with a new term, a new concept. I think that can really take you to a new sort of perception of things, kind of outside of the sort of the cultural milieu and zeitgeist, and really looking at things from that outer cosmic, extra dimensional perspective.
Yeah, I like what you say. And so I'll elaborate in why I like what you say so much. If hypothetically, I was a black magician and I wanted to manipulate people's worldview and their perception of reality, would I create an education system that I can control and that I can affect how language gets changed in order to change people's reality and put them in a particular time warp that I can dictate? This is why I say, because I noticed in schools they were pushing certain kinds of spelling. I noticed it as a child because I studied older English forms. Because when I was 12, I was like so drawn into the occult. I needed answers, man. I needed answers. Like, why was I treated like a devil's child? Why did they believe there was something wrong with me? Where does this thing come from? And so I was drawn into it. And obviously that involved spending a lot of times in the Viet Miller Old Book Center in Cape Town, which is this crazy place, man. The architecture. Cosmic, if you ever travel anywhere in the world, make sure you go to Cape Town and you go to the Viet Miller Center. This is the most way out there piece of architecture you've ever seen in your life. It is mind-blowing. There are stairways that go nowhere. It's like something out of a Marvel film. You know that magician guy who does all the Doctor Strange. It's like an architectural design out of Doctor Strange's imagination. It's a building, and they used to have a huge bookshop underneath, and they used to get loads of old books. And I knew all the people there. I used to like spend like many hours a week there just looking through those. They had like boxes and boxes of books in the back. So I used to go and look on the shelves, and I used to find any old tomes that I could find. Because like we didn't have the internet. If you wanted occult knowledge, you had to look for it. So I knew I'd been shown by like people I'd met, like older gentlemen that had sort of got me kick-started into my training, that like, look at these old tomes. I was like, oh, that's interesting. That's a different kind of English. So I went looking for books like that. And so I used to find all these very old books. And the English was like what the hell am I reading? This is like weird kind of English. Look at how it's spelled. Look at how it's written. And then I'd come back to school and I'd notice, hold on, they're trying to force me to spell this word like that. Then I'd get myself thinking like, well, when did they start telling us to spell the word like that? We're not just, this is not some natural evolution. The teachers are telling us how to spell the word based upon a textbook that has been created by a certain structure, which is like really controlled by the government. And now with hindsight, the governments were controlled by the banks through the Masonic order, through the magicians that know what they're doing. So I would say, could it be possible that the reason why language has changed over the last 100 years is because a group of people are specifically changing our language through the education system in order to change our reality? What would you say about that as a possibility?
Well, I think when it comes to making like any kind of mind control, effective in a sense, that in a way that can actually influence people's behavior, you have to a lie has to be connected to a truth. This is the kind of the dark alchemical process, because if I just tell you a bunch of flat out lies and just make up a bunch of stuff, you're just gonna be like, you're just talking nonsense. But if I can connect those ideas to something that's vital to your life and that seems to make sense, there's this sense of like, it becomes this awful sort of catch-22 situation. Well, actually, I don't think catch-22 is the right term for that. But the idea is that they hijack the truth. It's like, I'm gonna kidnap. I think of the truth as sort of like, it's almost like a ransom, right? You kidnap a child. It's like, give me, $50,000 and I'll give you your child back. And I think there's a similar relationship between truth and falsehood. It's like, I'll let you have this truth, but you also have to accept the lies that I've infected with it. Or think of it another way. It's like you're in a situation where it's like you need to drink water to survive, and the water, I don't know, has some kind of poison in it, but there's no other water else. So you have to drink that water to get to survive, basically. But so the idea, the point I'm making here is that you can't sell the poison unless it's mixed with a medicine, if that makes any sense. Like I can't sell you straight up. I can't make you drink up straight up arsenic. But if I hide that arsenic in a medicine that you might drink, then you're going to be willing to drink that. Because I realize with any kind of like belief system or cult, it's not the lies that keep you stuck in the cult. It's the truths that keep you sort of like that they use against you to keep you locked in. So I think of like something like atheism, for example, like a materialist point of view. They'll take the falsehood that there is no afterlife and there is no God or whatever, but they'll attach that to something more reasonable, like, common sense, math, something that's obviously logical and common sense. And they tie that. It's like basically, if you reject the idea if you accept the idea that there's afterlife, then you're also rejecting common sense. And it's like, I like this afterlife idea, but it's obviously, but I want to keep this common sense thing. So they want to keep, it's like, how am I saying this? Like it's like, oh, there is no afterlife, but if you want to have common sense, you have to believe there is no afterlife. So it's not that they're not attached. It's not that they're attached to the no afterlife belief. It's that they have to maintain that common sense. So I guess what I'm trying to say here about when it comes to manipulation, it's using the truth against you. It's twisting the truth. You can't just lie. You can't just make something up. So when you talk about changing the spellings of words, notice that it's gradual. It's not like they just come up with a completely new different word. They have to kind of interject it slowly, like you're not even paying attention. Think it's like It's like the frog in a pot of boiling water. If you just throw a frog in a pot of boiling water, it's going to jump out and freak out. But if I put the frog in the water, and I slowly start to heat it up, the frog doesn't leave the water, and it eventually dies. And I think if there is any kind of manipulation going on, it's more that slow, gradual boil of the frog in the pot.
Exactly. I think that's well put together. And I think that's like where this is why I think we've forgotten much of our roots, because it's been a slow, gradual process. And like you say, history tweaked a little here, tweaked a little there. Clocks changed, but a perfectly good explanation, and the clocks changed, and little changes here. We're told that the time was a bit broken. They had to fix the clocks, but they sorted it out. It's all good. They only change it a little bit. They give us a little bit of the information, which is true, but add in a little bit more of the information that's not true. And so there seems to be a pattern, exactly like you say about like the arm prick adventure, right? They create a real risk. And then they say, we've got the medicine, right? But in that little arm prick adventure, there's more than just the good stuff. It's got the good stuff with a little bit of extras. Like that story on The Simpsons where this guy invents his bicycle that's like going to save the world. Only while you're riding the bicycle, the guy who invented the bicycle happened to be, he enjoyed man-on-man action. So he made the bicycle that impales you from behind.
Oh, you're
and
actually
everybody's riding around.
That's not The Simpsons. That's South Park. I'm thinking that's
sorry, not The Simpsons, South Park. And so everybody's being like basically, screwed over by this bicycle that's going to save the world. Until one clever person says, well, can I have it without that funny thing? And the guy is like, well, yeah, but why would you want to?
Yeah.
So, they're giving you some of the good stuff that you need, but they're giving you something that you don't need that's going to give you a sore butt, basically. I think in the metaphor, the arm prick has done the same thing. And so we're all being a little bit screwed over. And I think it's a pattern that we can all sort of recognize. In fact, one of the good things about this arm prick adventure that we were all sent on over the last 5 years was that a lot of people lost faith in the system. A lot of people, for some reason, had faith in the system. I never quite figured that part out. Like why? Anyway, a lot of people did. But a lot of those people don't anymore, because I think that they're losing control, if that makes sense. They're losing control of the dynamic system. And that basically means that, like, because of that, a lot of people are like falling out of the web, as it were, the web of manipulation of our minds. And so it's very interesting. It's very interesting. I mean, because of the infighting with the Trumpetarian, right? The Trump card that was played. There's an interesting question. Was the Trump card played, or was Trump playing the system?
I don't know.
Or was the Trump card played to play the system, but Trump played the Trump card to play the system?
I think what's interesting, I want to jump on the point you talk about injections, because I think there's also a kind of a symbolic reality to injection. When you think about how someone gets indoctrinated into a belief system in the first place, it's kind of like an injection or an infection. Because if you think about how you get caught, how a disease manifests in you, you have an immune system that blocks it off and cuts it out. And for us, it's intellectual, it's emotional, it's our habits in our day-to-day lives. And there's certain things we're more open to, and we're sort of closed off to. If we're closed off to something, we can't get infected. But the second we kind of get, open, we're sort of we put our guard down. It's like, that's kind of like when the idea, like, you think about certain ideas, and you think about also the relationship of the people you're with and you're around to. So I think when I talked about that metaphor before about like the arsenic or whatever, I think there's also the aspect of the community you're with. Is that you want to keep that belief system because you don't want to lose your friends, you don't want to lose respect of your family. And sometimes when we feel the people who are the most comfortable around us that we're comfortable with, I think I've kind of realized are the ones we think we trust when we don't realize we're being deceived. That's when we get infected. That's when our defenses are brought down. That's when we're sort of injected with the belief system. Because I've been thinking about that every belief system has kind of like 4 pillars. And this is kind of what I've been studying with in terms of my Zarfexology lately, that because I've realized that like I can take a lot of certain belief systems and I can pretty much point out why they don't logically make sense in any capacity. And yet the people still, they're unfazed. And I'm kind of like, well, why is this? And then I realized like, well, duh, logic isn't the only thing that keeps the belief system intact. That's only one of these 4 pillars. The other being sort of the emotional pillar. There's the community pillar, and then there's the pillar of kind of like your actions. I kind of realized that actually, when it comes to belief systems, lifestyle choices also reinforce the belief system. So take example for something like Christianity. It's not just that you have the belief in the Bible and that you have the hymns in the church. Christianity also teaches a traditional lifestyle, a man and a woman. Man is the provider, woman is the caretaker. You know, you have a very traditional life. Now, whether you say that's good or bad, that's almost a kind of like an unconscious martial art training, like at a more somatic bodily level that keeps your mind more reinforced within the belief system, whether that's good or bad or not. Because it's not just intellectual, it's also the habits that you do and the things that you perform. Because you know, when I spend a lot of time studying cults, and one of the main indoctrination techniques that cults use is that they try to keep you always busy. There's always something you're doing. There's always some kind of program, always some kind of there's some kind of conversation. You never have time to just sit and reflect on what's actually happening around you. That to be able to be alone and just sit and think, that's very dangerous for cults. That's how you don't want to interact. So basically the idea is they keep you so mentally preoccupied that you no longer have space to think about it. And what you're doing is like, that's why a lot of these cults will have like really repetitive chanting, or they'll just like breathe and sing for hours and hours on end. And the idea is by sort of engaging in these sort of rituals, not only are you not thinking, but you're being indoctrinated into the, you know, because we were talking earlier about there's kind of mental consciousness and there's bodily consciousness. So you think about the text or the doctrine of the religion or cult is what brainwashes us at the sort of the mental consciousness level, but the rituals, the actions, and the lifestyle is what brainwashes us at the bodily conscious level. And I think understanding those different those parameters and those different dimensions, I think gives you a better idea to kind of like, you know, either strengthen or sort of like get away from certain belief systems or thought patterns by recognizing it's not just a thought pattern. It's also behavior patterns that sort of reinforce your unconscious level. So in the same way, when you practice a martial art for a long time, and you don't even really think about how you throw your punches. You just do them because you practice the moves so many times. It just becomes second nature. I think belief systems work in the same way. You say the same prayers over and over again. You do the same rituals over and over again. And it kind of shuts off your critical thinking, because it not only does it seem true at the mental level, it seems true at your physical bodily level as well. So if we're talking about, you know, indoctrination from systems, you can't just look at it from the psychological dimension. You also have to look at it from the sort of the emotional, behavioral, and community sort of aspect of it as well. Because I think another aspect of like belief systems and being indoctrinated is the consensus of the people around you. Another thing that cults do when they indoctrinate new members, which is kind of interesting, is that they try to take the new members and they isolate them from other new members, and they only surround them with other true believers of the cult. And it's interesting, cult and culture, you know, it's kind of like there's kind of cults all around us, and you can think of them as one big cult or a lot of little cults, but they all seem to follow that same kind of dynamic. And I think in the sense, if you believe that society at large is one kind of big mind control psyop. Well, I guess the way you can look at it, like a Heaven's Gate cult, that's kind of like the microcosm to the macrocosm, which is sort of the mainstream consensus reality. So I think if you understand and study cults and how they brainwash people, you can see those same techniques and patterns being implemented in other things like, government and other forms of culture.
And advertising.
Yeah, that too.
And that's very interesting, because we're now getting into the sort of modern interpretations of occult principles and how, well, we're going towards it, I would say, because I think that even within the occult sphere, and when I speak of the occult sphere, I mean the occult thinking, I've observed huge changes in ideas related to the occult in the last 30 years. Like huge changes. And a lot of the modern occult ideas seem to have been reinvented. Like where Aleister Crowley was considered as a fringe occultist in older times, right? He's now ascribed as being something a lot more, if that makes sense. And like he's almost celebrated, and certain ideas of his are taken in a certain context. And so this whole sort of new magical system of chaos magic has become a big thing, right? Where there's not much sort of focus towards basic technique. How to. Yeah, man, I've got that back too. Beautiful, eh? Beautiful artwork. I can't hear you, brother.
Oh, I'm not saying anything. I was just waiting for a response. But in regards to chaos magic, one thing I've kind of realized is that every belief system has kind of like a meta sort of perspective. So there's certain belief systems that are, if you think about the older magical systems, they're kind of oriented towards the idea that the universe has a kind of implicit order, an implicit oneness, an implicit structure to everything. Chaos magic has like a completely different epistemological view, because if you think of the term chaos, it's basically saying, everything is chaotic, everything is sort of random and nonsensical. And it's taking magic from that kind of cosmological perspective, which is why it's so different. It's more psychological. It's more stripped back from literalism. It's just seen as kind of, sort of arbitrary, because it comes from a different perspective. And you have to keep in mind, I think what's going on here, culturally speaking, is kind of going back to the materialism thing. The idea of atheist materialism, that people are so conditioned to believe that the universe is random and chaotic and disordered. And so it's like, but at the same time, it's like people need magic. And so what do? They go through that chaos magic, which is like a kind of a different, it's like a form of magic that's more compatible with the sort of the skeptical, mundane reality that we live in. So it kind of goes like that. And I think it also kind of, it goes back to the idea, like, okay, never mind. I had a thought and I realized I did not think it out through well. But I think what you see with chaos magic is it's trying to, how do we make sense of magic now that we basically believe God is dead? That's essentially the way you look at it. Because a lot of things about chaos magic, think of it this way, it also came about around the same time as post-structuralism, postmodernism, this kind of idea that reality has no inherent truth whatsoever, and all truths are basically kind of just subjective and arbitrary, and there's no real truth. Everything is all about power. And you see, and a lot of the thing is that chaos magic is actually kind of a postmodern reinterpretation of a sort of traditional magic. By postmodern, I mean, things like Jacques Derrida, Michel Foucault, and those kind of thinkers who basically just kind of believed everything is all about power. There is no inherent meaning to anything. It's almost kind of the opposite of oneness. Everything is disconnected. Everything is a multiplicity. There ultimately is no unity of any kind. Whereas you look at the older magical systems, they didn't have that epistemological frame. They had a frame where all is one. There is God. There's a creator that's given an implicit order to everything. So if we really wanted to summarize, why is chaos magic different than traditional form of magic? Because essentially chaos magic is magic without God. Think of it like that. I think it makes a little bit more sense.
Very Nietzschean.
Yeah. Please, brother, do.
Very Nietzschean, in that Nietzsche was quoted as having said God is dead, and kind of being the purveyor of the ideologies of living now in a different world where we have to be controlled through psyops, and we no longer can trust that God is watching over us and keeping things right and just. But the idea that God is dead kind of shook the world. And what do you guys think it means when Nietzsche says that?
I think that it's maybe a particular interpretation of Nietzschean ideology that has been presented in a particular way. And like when you look at magic, right? Like a particular ideology of God was sold. This is how the psyops works. They made us all believe that God was X plus 1. Right? And so when we thought we were talking about God, we thought we were talking about X plus 1. But when you look at the equation, you're not talking about X plus 1, you're talking about X. But because the lie of X plus 1 had replaced X, everybody had to acknowledge that X plus 1 is nonsense. So they threw the baby out with the bathwater. That's my perception of it. And so in throwing the baby out with the bathwater, they gave birth to a new idea, a new ideology of what chaos means. Where I don't believe that chaos means what modern people think chaos means. I think that's a confusion. Personally, that's my perception. I think chaos means order beyond our ability to perceive.
Yeah.
But still order. But the modern ideology of chaos means there is no order, which means that I am so bloody arrogant that if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. Instead of the humility of like, I can't see the order, doesn't mean there is an order there. I just can't see it. I'm not evolved enough with my consciousness to see the hidden patterns of order, where a genius would say that there's hidden patterns of order all around us and hidden patterns of code that seem like chaos to us. Like I'll give you an example. Here's a good example. In a boxing ring, right? Two guys are slogging it out. Dish, 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 dish. To a casual observer who doesn't know much about boxing, they just see chaos in the ring, right? But to a boxing coach that's been a boxer for like 30 years and has been training fighters, they can see he won a point. He won a point. He won a point. There's an order to what's going on there, and somebody can judge that fight and say who won the fight because they've got the experience and the subtle awareness to know that was a point. I know that punch didn't really connect because I've been in the ring myself and I've been caught with a punch like that and it doesn't hurt. So he can't get much of a point for that punch. But that punch would have been a fatal punch because I've been hit like that in the ring before and it hurts. You see, so it's got to do with experience of understanding that what seems like two guys just exchanging blows, and they say, well, this is chaotic exchange. How can you judge the fight? Well, I'm judging the fight because I'm seeing more than what you're seeing based on experience. So in that sort of paradigm, what seems to be chaotic on the surface is actually highly unchaotic. And I think in many things in life, if I look at source code for Google, you know what I see? I see chaos, right? But if a computer programmer looks at source code for Google, they don't see chaos. They see a carefully orchestrated set of code. I think it's a little bit like that. And so I think that we've been hoodwinked by the systemic thinking patterns that has forced us to conceptualize God as like, God's got blonde hair, right? Blue eyes, sits on a throne made out of pearls, rubies, diamonds,
gold.
and such a wood, and holds this little wand in his hand. Oh, and he's always eating a tomato sandwich. That's God.
Right.
So now we're all going to say, well, like, God doesn't exist. That's nonsense. But what if that's not God? What if we've been sold the idea of this ridiculous image of somebody eating a tomato sandwich on a silly throne?
It's
That's
a straw
God.
man, essentially. That's what it is.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a straw man argument. It's like, let's make God so ridiculous that no one will be able to accept it.
Where God is not anything like that. God is, I think, to me, when I look at God, it's a word for intelligence that can't be perceived. And if we look at it from such an open-minded perspective, then we go like, well, God is that pattern of reality, which is an intelligent pattern of the universe that I can't perceive because I lack the potential ability to perceive what's going on. But there is order in that chaos that I can't see. And that order is reflective of intelligence. And that subtotal intelligence that orders all of creation is an intelligence that I could call God. But now we've been duped into this other version of God. And everybody was like, oh, that version of God's not true. God must be a fake because that version is not true. Like you said, it's a very interesting. And so when I look at chaos math, I look at MMA. Right, I compare MMA. Have you seen the way a lot of those MMA fighters throw their punches? Their elbows come out at the side. They're losing 40-50% of their power with a strike. Your elbow should never extend. Your elbow should always be tucked in, and it should be sliding. There should be a linear structure to the way in which your elbow moves, because the moment your elbow moves out to the side, you've lost all your power.
It's sad. A lot of the arts are being lost, like martial arts being one of them. But a lot of these kids are just not focused enough to be able to encapsulate some of the main, like, essential concepts and principles and elements of these arts that they're learning. So it's sad to see that, and they're really going to be defensive against people that are like, no, you're not doing it the right way. This is how you could be doing it. You know, they're going to be cocky about it because they've made it so far in their careers and stuff. And a lot of times it's gonna be hard for them to learn and be willing to accept and humble themselves to be like, oh, you're right, I need to tighten up a little bit. But sometimes they will. You know, it's just a matter of somebody saying it.
I think it's become about tricks and gimmicks.
Yeah.
Like in it, and from what I've seen in the MMA world, it's not about merit. Anybody can't walk in there and fight. You've got to have the right manager to hook you up to get you fights, right?
Yeah.
It's a business.
But I think in a lot of ways where some people think that this boxing and ultimate fighting is kind of unholy and not Christian, like, for example, just like that's going on now, and there's a lot of things happening that the Christians are outraged by. In the time of Nietzsche and the Renaissance period, there was, science was taking hold and starting to gain merit. But then there was a point where science began to diverge from religion and to approach a different timeline that disagreed with the biblical timeline. And so I feel like when Nietzsche said God is dead, it was in the sense that people were starting to take hold with science instead of religion and having to make that choice. Which way am I going to go with this? And science seems a little bit more reasonable. Maybe we need to start questioning what we were given before, with the fear of eternal damnation for having to follow every single rule because they said, and not explaining why it's good and helping us understand the difference between good and evil.
I think the irony too, when it comes to like the evolution of science, that a lot of these scientific principles, like the idea that like energy, these kind of like these universal, like the laws of physics. If the universe is mindless and godless, why are they laws? That kind, like Rupert Sheldrake pointed this out. That kind of blew my mind. Like he always said, like, it's better to think of them as habits. Like, why would we have this godless universe that came into the universe for no reason, and yet there are these fixed eternal laws of physics. That's really weird to think about in that way. So, and I think it's also the relationship with truth. It's the idea that you can't really find individual sort of truth within in that Gnostic way. You got to find it out in the world through evidence, because there is this one truth and there is this one God. And I think that one truth aspect is the thing that's left over, that carried on into the modern materialist era today. So if you really look at kind of like the early times of science, like when it was first kind of in its infancy in the early Renaissance period, and you see its connection to that more deistic belief system. So that's the thing. We got to talk about deism if you want to understand how one transitions to the other. Because so deism is like theism, but essentially the idea is that God created the universe, but God has no involvement in the universe. The idea God wound up the clock that is the universe and then just walked into the other room and took a piss or whatever for the next several thousand years. And that's kind of the idea. But that's kind of like the transition, that the kind of like you can slowly see the degrade from God into that scientific thing. And I think it's what it really was, is that I think part of me kind of thinks we blame science, but as you talked earlier about how certain aspects of like a tree has all these different like trees within it, has all these different aspects and emanations that exist within it. I think that the seed that became the modern materialist science actually has its roots in Christianity, because I think with Christianity there's all this idea that we have to find the ultimate truth using our reason and our ways of God. And they got so overly ambitious, and they kind of denied the mystery of existence. They denied the mysterious and the unknown. They think, oh yeah, we're going to figure it out. We're going to figure out everything. And then they kind of, and kind of like a Faustian bargain, we kind of got with this instead. And the irony is that in the sense that in the way we came into this sort of this quagmire of this sort of mundane materialist sort of secular society, was that originally they thought they were trying to find God and like really prove God is real and like affirm all the spiritual stuff is true. And then it all kind of fell down into materialism. And the way I look at that from the perspective of my beliefs is I think it's not so much a rejection of the spiritual. I mean, obviously that's a part of it later on. That's a symptom. But I think the main cause is actually maybe a rejection of the mystery, because you think about ancient times and ancient people, and ancient shaman people, sitting by the campfire, looking out into the stars and sort of seeing their gods of their various tribes or villages or whatever. There was I think there was probably a more generous sense that the universe is mysterious and like there's just a lot that we don't know about. And there's a humility in that. But I think with science, there's a kind of a Luciferian aspect. I think it's like, people like Jordan Peterson talk about that there is this kind of that it's like, ooh, I have this tool. I can figure out everything in the universe. I can know literally everything. And I think because of that, it kind of led us into darkness in the way, this idea that we think we can solve the mystery of the universe and we have these tools. We're arrogant enough to believe that we can figure out everything. And it inevitably just led us into this dark world we kind of live in right now. So I think if you want to understand the kind of secular materialist phenomenon, I think you have to actually go back further than the Renaissance and the times of 1800. I think that Christianity and it's sort of like, I don't know. It's like it's idea that they kind of have everything figured out. God as the truth. Everything is written out in the Bible. I think that need for certainty and that aversion to the mysterious might actually be the real source of the issue. And what we see as the 1600s is this sort of this fall into materialism and atheism is just a symptom of a thing that goes much deeper into the roots of our history.
I think you bring up an interesting point there about the division between science and religion. But here's what my idea is. And I'm not looking at what people have said or what people have written. I'm just looking at like buildings. And when I look at the buildings where you look at the Sistine Chapel or any of these buildings, there seems to be some kind of physics expressed. in the way that the building is structured. The sacred geometry is reflecting this Nassim Haramein maths that we showed in the beginning of the show, right? These mathematical principles are being reflected in the building. The building itself is holding the science of God. I don't think that science and God were separate. I think it's brainwashing that they want us to believe that science and God was separate because they separated science from God in the Renaissance. But possibly before the Renaissance, the idea of science and God were not separate. Look at paganism. Paganism doesn't see a separation. So the laws of nature, scientific concept, go back to pagan roots. No. There are these living forces. Oh, living beings with living habits. That's much more Rupert Sheldrake in conception if you look at the pagan ideology. Suggesting that everything's alive, okay. Suggesting that everything's alive is an emanation of consciousness. We're back to where we started with cosmic, right? With the idea that consciousness is the structure of matter in physics. And then that the structure of matter is actually that there's this chain of living beings that are in a state of cooperation. And what we think of as the forces of nature are beings alive in a different state of being, acting out their patterns and habits that we experience as forces of nature. That's what I think the original idea, godly idea of physics was, which if we look at it is far more in tune with the idea that God and science are one. Even if the science of God might not be overly intellectualized in the way that it has been when it's separated, there was, I think, a more intuitive understanding that Rupert Sheldrake is trying to head back towards. What do you think of that?
I think it's interesting you bring up the pagan element in this, because think about the god-like cosmology of paganism. Most pagan religions, there's always a father god and a mother goddess. Which religion doesn't have a mother goddess? Christianity. And think about how you conceptualize because if you think of the universe of God as having that sort of there's a male god and a female goddess, you think of the universe as being a kind of a sexual creation, a birth that they kind of put that there's this sort of organic creation, and in that sense, there's no distinction between God and nature. They're seen as this interconnected thing. Now take with Christianity, when you have a God that doesn't have a way to procreate, now the universe is essentially created mechanically. Because think about the Bible and think about the opening of Genesis. You don't. There's not a sense of God creating the world via an organic way. It's like he speaks these words out, almost like typing in a prompt into a computer and says there will be, let there be land, let there be light. More like you're programming something with a computer. So maybe in a sense, this is kind of like a mind-blowing thing. I'm just realizing maybe that mechanical aspect of materialism was within the very Bible the whole freaking time. Like right at the start of Genesis, that whole mechanical thing. We didn't really notice it before. But I think that mechanical, that's where the separation starts. And then, so to kind of get like, and actually kind of almost to blame the Gnostics for this too, because they really stressed the distinction between soul and matter pretty much more than any belief system. They really thought these two things were distinct. And I think that kind of Gnostic hatred of the world combined with that sort of that God creating things in his little workshop with an X-Acto knife and a pen and calculating everything in a kind of like a perfect way. And you start to see that you see that in that kind of that ordered sense that purely it's just, you're seeing a kind of mechanical creation of the universe. Whereas if you look at pagan origin stories, the creation of the universe always has a more of an or at least implies a more organic sexual aspect to it. And I think with that, what we're seeing here is that, and you're talking about things changing like language. You talk about Old English, but before Old English and Modern English, there was also Elizabethan English that existed in between those two. So the change of language has been going on for thousands for thousands of years if we're talking about, changes and whatnot. But what I'm saying is, if we're talking about this being a psyop of like, making the world like, more mechanical, I see this as not starting at, like the Renaissance or the start of the 20th century. It might go back to the very origin of like the Bible and Judaism, and this kind of this more Saturnian kind of perspective of reality as being this sort of this mechanical, asexual sort of creation, if you will. And when you consider that epistemological sort of framework, you can see how that inevitably kind of like dissolved over the 100 of years. It's almost like they had this kind of this idea that they're really ambitious, but slowly over time it seemed to kind of fail and not really be the truth, because it missed that crucial element of that spiritual aspect of nature. And I mean, even think about like what the Bible and the Adam and Eve story, the literal start of the Bible is humanity exiting nature, leaving nature, the Garden of Eden, leaving it behind into a world of like just sort of like, chaos and mindlessness. And so I think really, I guess this is making me kind of Gnostic here. I think that if we're talking about psyops, this has to scale back at least several thousand years. It's not something recent. It's been going, if there is a psyop, I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theory person, but kind of looking at the evidence, it has to have a long, long track record, talking thousands of years, not just some recent thing in the past, couple centuries. What do you think about that?
I think you could be right, though I'm not sure, because the only reason these dates exist, what I came across was some really interesting research. I want to give a shout out to Gabriel. Those of you that haven't checked out the Slick Dissident channel, go and check him out. And Moonfeather, go and check out Moonfeather. She's doing a lot of cool lives as well. And dear Ronan, I'm thinking about Ronan right now. And you can find their channels in my suggested channels, by the way. And soon, everybody on this channel is going to be operating. You haven't been loading anything to your channel, have you, Andy Sage?
No, not yet.
Dude, I'm going to talk to you after the show. Because you should be getting clips. And I spoke to you about it before, but I'm gonna get on your case about this. Yeah. Indy's channel, I think, is also there. The channels that haven't loaded stuff up aren't coming forward yet. You have to go and click for more. But I've got all the people on the round table there, and I'm sure Cosmic is going to be loading up some content soon. I must have a word with Cosmic about this as well. Maybe we should all talk after the show. But yeah, Ronan. I'm thinking about Ronan Bird Dog and the Ronan experience. Now, what Ronan would say, and I'm going to represent Ronan since he's not here. I hope you don't mind, Ronan. Shout out to Ronan. He's cool. Ronan would say that they've changed the history and that they've lied to us about the dates. Now, we know that there was an adjustment to history. According to official history, they had to change the timeline, right? This is like in history. And they had to fix the timeline because it had gone wrong. Okay. And they stated it had only gone wrong by so much, and they fixed it like that, and they made it right. We just have to take their word for it that that's what they did. But there's a lot of like incongruent history here. For example, the coins. Now, there's a guy called, can I not remember his name? I'm going to find his channel, and I'm going to mention it. I'm going to mention it in this thing. I'm going to find his channel. I'm going to mention it here after the show, some point this coming days. Go watch this guy's channel. He reads old books, and he really is an intense researcher. His shows are long. Basically, he's got a book in front of you, and he's reading the book, and he shows you what book it is, and he shows you what the writing is, and he reads the book for you. And a lot of the Roman history that we were presented, he shows a lot of evidence that's been presented from hundreds of years ago, where historians that aren't anymore even being discussed were pulling out and going, hold on, that Roman writer was actually that Roman writer writing under that alias, who was actually that Roman writer, wrote under that alias, who was actually that Roman writer, writing under that. And by the time he gets down this line of like 15 different writers, it's all one person. And he goes like, that's interesting. This is like most of the history that we've got written by one person. Why did they write through all these different pseudonyms? And why is this like being deliberately fixed? Another point that he does a lot of research on is the coins. Okay, the coins. Very interesting. So when you study the coins and you see the styles of the coins, there seems to be this pattern about where the coins from 100 and 1000 are very similar. 100 and 1100, very similar, you know? And so there's this pattern in these coins, the coins between 500 and 1500, similar style. And some of the things of the coins seem like the coins have been adjusted. What a mind-altering like head trip. And when you start looking at this, you go, well, there are theories out there that they added on 1,000 years of manufactured history. So I don't know what the real history is. The only reason we've got that says that the timeline is what it is, and according to the biblical system, is the Bible and the Torah itself, who we're told was written all that time ago, but we don't really know. And then the history that substantiates that was written by a few people under loads of different aliases, which is suspicious in itself. So I don't know what to make of it. But what I do know is I don't trust history. Because in school, my teachers were trying to sell me an idea from a textbook that said that there's no way that people of melanin skin color had built Great Zimbabwe. And I was like, you serious? Serious? Like, why not? No, well, they didn't have the capacity to build such advanced cities. And I said, well, who the hell are you? How do you know? Do you know what I mean? Like, to me, that seems racist. And so I had to call them out, and I had to close the book on them and say, I will never open this history book again. I'm sorry, I can't buy this crap. Like, I've been around a lot of people and I don't see that. I'm sorry, I just don't get this. So if that was happening in my school, what else was happening before? And just how many twists of history? They say that in history that history was written by the victors that had a political or whatever agenda to push. So if history was always written by the victors, can we rely upon history? And how much of history? Oh, by the way, here's a very interesting point, Cosmic. There are no original texts of history. We only got a few people that have written all these things about so-called texts of history to go on, and that's what we're basing a lot of our history on. We're believing certain people's ideas that they're expressing. So when it comes down to it, like the nature of history, I think the narrative that's pushed to us is very interesting. Very interesting. When you look at the history of the Americas, wow, okay, so there's this tribe, right, called the Michiki tribe, who followed their prophet, Michi. They call him Moshe in Jewish. They changed the Jewish language. Michi was a great prophet that had great mystical powers. He was a powerful shaman. And he had taken his tribe through the deserts for 40 years in seek of the land of milk and honey. And after traveling with his tribe for 40 years, they found the land of milk and honey after crossing the ocean and after moving long distances. And they set up shop there. And these historically exhumed mummies were decorated with Paleo-Hebrew script. And the stories that come with it are very similar to the biblical stories. And it gets better. The particular mummies were taken out. They were written about by historians of the time. They were written about in the newspapers of the time. There was particular docket numbers available showing that it was going on a ship to London and it was never ever heard about again. But then very similar things were found in Egypt 100 years later. But the original one, that same thing and all the same equipment was just never heard of again. It was like it went to London and it went and it just sit there waiting. Suddenly they find the same thing, Tutankhamun. I'm just saying, like there's a lot of evidence out there that's dodgy. The
I know.
idea that women weren't allowed to study in universities. Do you know how many historians have pulled their hair out because they find information in the archives that contradict the history of the universities, that there were women studying there? They got photographic evidence.
I have to leave soon, but I'm going to sort of leave with a few final things. Just want to kind of push back on what you're saying is that, I think that, I guess we can't really truly know what history, is unsettled, but if whatever, just kind of like looking at the general trends, I think if I look at this, whatever historical narrative is right now, I think that you can see that there are trends that do explain kind of how we kind of got into this state. And even if the history was different, I think there would be a similar kind of story. But here's a mind-blowing concept that just came to my mind. It's like, what if there is no real history? So like, think about this, like, or maybe if there is, it's like you can't truly ever know it, because it's like you have people who are writing history, basing on stuff they find from ancient texts. But who knows that the people in ancient texts weren't essentially doing the same thing, also coming up with their own history, just kind of this lead back. So really, when it comes to understanding history, all you really have are like buildings, really, and like structures. Like you can see that. So I don't know. It's interesting too. Like, in addition to like, no one has the same perception of reality. No one has the exact same perception of history in the past, and every history kind of reflects the belief system that goes along with it, So yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. And because I want to go outside today. I'm finally getting some warm weather in this brutally cold winter. So so take it easy, Franklin and Indy Sage. It's always been a pleasure talking to you guys and hamming out these ideas, man.
Namaste, brother. Much love. And I think what you say is on point about buildings. And this is the thing that got me. Everywhere I go around, they've got buildings underground with windows. I'm like, who builds windows underground? So there was a mud flood. It's not in the history.
Sure.
Then they tell us that these incredible cathedrals were built by people with like wagons and cattle and like simple tools. But when you go and stand in these cathedrals and look at them, you go, holy crap. Could we even build this with our modern technology? I don't think we could.
Oh, think about like the Göbekli Tepe discovery. They found these megalithic structures and with these like huge, massive pillars, and these mainstream archaeologists basically said these were just made by arbitrarily put together by some hunter gatherers. And I'm like, well, of course this had to be made by some kind of civilization. That hypothesis doesn't make sense. So there is definitely some truth to the idea that there is definitely a kind of a narrative spin to history. To some extent, I always try to be somewhat trustworthy of these things, because I don't want to, because I don't want to go into that kind of that woke postmodern thing where everything is just history is so arbitrary. We can make it whatever messed up rules and concepts that we want. So I think there has to be some kind of true history underlying the histories. You can't just be totally arbitrary, but I think at the same time, it's ultimately a mystery. And in a weird way, that gives us the freedom to create our own reality. I think, and with that, I'll bid you guys adieu. Take it easy.
Much love, brother. Much love. Have a lovely day. He mentioned Göbekli Tepe, huh?
Göbekli Tepe, yeah.
And the government has banned all for how long?
All further development for over a century. I think at least, right?
40 years, 50 years, whatever they've banned it for. It's ridiculous.
Decades.
They don't want us to look in there.
Yeah, that's silly. I don't understand that. But I feel like you can kind of tell when you look at Göbekli Tepe, everybody that's heard of it has probably heard that it's kind of a melting pot of different types of cultures that you see. There's different types of art there. You see art that looks Norse. You see art that looks kind of more Egyptian stuff. It's all kind of put together from people that all came there together from different places, it seems. And I feel very much so that that was a place of refuge after a deluge, where they kind of gathered together to rejoin and relaunch society. And we see that a lot of people in the elite follow these Saturnian worship cults. It could very well be that there is an old culture that's lived through these deluges that's been preserved and maintained in secrecy, and they've been able to manipulate the programming of the people through the ages by having a complete blank slate to start with after these deluges, and reprogram everybody with what they want them to think and know and do. And so I really feel like that may be the case. And I've heard testimony of people that have heard confessions as such from what they call the Amalekian warlocks that have come down from Atlantis and continue today as a Saturnian worship cult. So there's always that. And I feel also that there's like the big difference between the universal laws of God per se and the laws of man. And the universal laws, you cannot break these laws; they're unbreakable. So you're not going to be punished. You're not going to be able to break them. They aren't breakable. Now, the laws of man are breakable and have to have punishment given to them because they don't align with the universal laws. And so they're a sign of corruption of the understanding of the universal laws. And if there's punishment that's needed, that's a sign of using violence to solve problems. It usually goes against universal law itself, or punitive consequences to punish people who have made mistakes instead of helping them learn to be better. It kind of goes antagonistically against universal laws and the ways of the universe for us to be able to grow together. So when we look at that and we see that we've lived under the laws of man and we've fallen away from the laws of the universe, we could start to discern that like things like the Hermetic laws, the Hermetic principles, those are, you cannot break those laws. Those are the laws that show us guidance to operate in a world with principles that we can now understand and navigate through with a deeper understanding and wisdom. But when we're given other laws to follow that go against those laws, things can become difficult. We have laws of compassion, and then we have laws where people are sent off to join wars, and they'll be punished for not obeying to participate in violence and worse things. So it's a very interesting system that we see, and we have to understand that when we're being controlled by the government, it's really the people that have the power, but we tend to follow along with this fear-based laws. And if you're doing something out of fear, it is said by mystics and sages that you're really not given the choice to decide whether you would do that or not. Because if you're not going to be punished for it, would you continue to do wrong? Because we all know in our conscience when we do right and wrong. And so if we have to only not do it because we're being punished, that's going to not allow us to grow inside from having to be able to learn that we should want to do best for one and all, that to be able to give us the greatest reward. That's really the best motivation that's we're going to have. And being motivated by fear is a different type of motivation that does not give us a goal to work towards besides learning to be more deceptive and escape the punishment, really. So you have to consider that as well.
I think that's well put together. That's an interesting point, that the universe doesn't operate like that. The universe is just trying to correct mistakes.
Exactly.
Like, and by mistakes, we mean like if we do something that causes us suffering, then the suffering is not punishment, but it's an opportunity to learn.
Mm-hmm.
So you're completely right in the way that the narrative is pushed into us and onto us, like these ideas. They are a little bit sort of short-sighted and narrow in their field of view, seemingly, And you're completely right. There's this whole idea of like man's law versus natural law. Natural law doesn't target anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Natural law is consequential. Natural law doesn't need anybody to administrate. Natural law says that if you go and touch someone's daughter, the father and the brothers and the uncles and the cousins are going to come at you with sticks, right?
That's right. Better not.
So you're going to get way worse than what man's law would give you.
It's
Right?
Yeah.
Ah, look at her. She's so lovely.
It's my girlfriend's
What a
granddaughter.
Say hi, Franklin.
Hello.
Hi,
What a
Finken.
pleasure.
He called her
What
Franken.
a pleasure.
His name's Franken.
This is cute.
Stop.
Yeah, man.
Such a good girl.
So natural law, I think, is like something that we've forgotten, and we've not really taken it into account. And like, this is what I love about Africa. Africa still goes according to natural law, right? Like African people take the law into their own hands.
Love that.
And I respect that. Like, I respect that because that's how natural law works. Like, go and
Mhm.
mess with the cub of a bear and see what happens.
Exactly.
She'll get
You messed with the wrong cup.
You know what I mean? Like, just see what happens. Like you'll know all about it. And so that's natural law, which is much more of a deterrent
Mhm.
than man's law. Man's law is almost like showing you that no, like it's all good. You're going to get away with it, really.
Yeah.
So it makes people want to do abhorrent things because in the real world, the consequences might be more dire,
Mhm.
right?
Oh yeah.
Do harm to someone's family member and people will do harm to you
I love you.
in the real world, right?
Yeah.
And so that's like the reality. I think it's sort of lost on us to a certain extent. That we forget that this is how this works. And but that's a very interesting point. Very interesting point that you bring up there.
That brings to mind some more Confucian proverbs that I like to share. We'll start with this.
Please do.
The superior man thinks of virtue. The common man thinks of comfort. He who wishes to secure the good of others has already secured his own. Silence is a friend who will never betray. A fool despises good counsel, but a wise man takes it to heart. When you see a worthy person, endeavor to emulate him. When you see an unworthy person, then examine your inner self, for you can change in yourself what you dislike in others. The superior man is firm in the right way, and not merely firm. And so from this wisdom, we see that a lot of this age-old wisdom from around 550 BC has been dispensed across the globe or world, if preferring your nomenclature preference. But there's a lot of things that have fallen from that into the wisdom of today. So I think it's really, really wise and insightful to think that we can change in ourselves what we dislike in others. And so when we see others, we know that if something bothers us that others are doing, it's usually our shadow trying to point fingers away to distract us and keep us in denial and blame those people for the issues that we struggle with. And so oftentimes When we're jealous of other people, for example, they have more money, they have more of something else. It's not that we don't have what they have; they might have a little bit more. And so, when we see somebody doing something that we disdain and we blame someone else for doing something, it's not that we're innocent of their transgressions. It's just that they might be doing it in a worse way. And so it's easier for us to look at and deny our own mistakes and look at them as the ones to need change. But it's really not our responsibility to change others. And so by universal law, we can really learn from being forgiving to others and from being willing to learn from their mistakes to help us understand ourselves and what mistakes we might have made if not having learned those insights. But it's also important to understand that it's not good to necessarily allow yourself to be wronged. You want to be able to be discerning, and it was said in time about 50 years ago that we should rebuke those who have transgressed and see if they seek forgiveness. And if they do, yes, welcome them and offer them forgiveness and help them repent and change their ways. But if people do not seek forgiveness and do not find themselves in error, it may be good to distance yourself. That was how it was thought in those times. So, that might be good to learn some of those old wisdom and bring some of that back. Keep ourselves in a safe place. And
That makes me think of tribal law,
mm-hmm.
where if somebody wasn't behaving in accordance with customs that would promote well-being within the tribe, they would be rebuked. And if they maintained that behavior, they would be expelled. They wouldn't have their liberty taken from them. They wouldn't be harmed. They would just be, no, sorry, you're not welcome here. Go somewhere else. And that's what animals do.
Yeah.
Like if there's an animal that's not fitting in a pack, they'll chase that other animal away. Like lions, for example. If one lion eats humans, that lion will be shunned by other humans. Did you notice this? Have you come across this?
Really? I don't know.
They can sense. Basically, humans, if animals eat us, they go a bit crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's our natural defense mechanism. That's how we know we're the top of the food chain. We're not meant to be eaten. Even sharks know better than to eat us.
Yeah.
And when animals do that, the other animals turn against that animal. And those animals get expelled from any social, like if a male lion does that, they won't find female that want to mate with them. They'll be able to smell that they smell different because they've been hunting humans, and they won't be able to mate. The other animals will see them and chase them away of their same animals. Wolves must be the same. So like that's just really interesting. This was like research done by people who were watching lions and animal people. It's not
That's
a narrative.
I know sharks usually spit us out because we're too salty, supposedly. But there could always be, a lot more to it than that, of course. And I definitely think that it could really alter their chemistry as well. There's a lot of things that humans ingest, and it could explain some of the history that we've had, whether that history is accurate or not. But the fall of the Roman Empire was explained by having ingested toxic alloys of lead and in droves. And so after having had lead, they kind of fell and were taken over, according to the story. But recently we had leaded gasoline, and we didn't get to the point where we were fully in a stupor of confusion, but we pulled ourselves out of it after a few years, several years. And we still suffered the effects of the lead from the 60s and 70s of the leaded gasoline, which can come down in 3 generations in the bones and lead to dysfunctional behavior. Usually can lead to psychopathy or criminal behavior. Antisocial behavior is caused by exposure to lead. So when you have situations like that, and when we talk about our history in religion and Christianity, that we come from a fallen ancestor, the first of man, and so we carry his fallenness. And it very well may be that we have, through our traveling into new places and exploring new lands, may have ingested some things that have limited our capacity to perceive the world around us, and maybe our inner eye has become closed in our waking state for a reason in nature, for us to learn from within, that we shouldn't always have to know from seeing from the eyes of another, but we should know from within what we should do for others. And so there could be that possibility as well. Or maybe we're just in that state and we have to cope from where we're at. We don't have that guidance system of being able to see in our inner eye from the perspective of the other in every instance, like we might be able to if it were open in the waking state. Or maybe being able to see ancestral coping mechanisms in a similar situation to give us guidance like animals might have. So there could be a lot to that. We've got to understand that we're coming into a place. There's a lot of toxicants in the air, food, water, and everything, packaging and everything we get exposed to now. So it's good to be aware of that and try to avoid the damages that it can cause with good chelating agents. Try to get those metals out of your system. But it's good to be able to see things clearly and have that that harmony within. It's hard to obtain in a society of consumerism where a lot of things is profit-based and it's hard to obtain things of substance now. And a lot of stuff is phony, and that includes the food and water that we get. It can really affect us, the way that we develop in our health.
Yeah, brothers. Hallelujah. And I think it's part of the structure because like modern interpretation of old occult principles has turned into modern religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we think about it. And these modern religions are all about money. And so money has become our ruling factor in our worlds.
Mammonism.
And so our whole world they use money over us because you have to have money to live in a place where you can get clean water, or to be able to buy the water, or to be able to buy the clean biodynamic food, and its costs is the factor. And so cost becomes the factor.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all constrained by these financial realities that this is how they get most of us to basically poison ourselves. So it's like interesting how it started with religion, because religion started saying you needed to have something to put in the pot.
Yeah.
And then that became tax.
Mm-hmm.
And then now that you had to have something to put in the pot, you've always had to have these coins. And then, so this is like an interesting point. Like, you know, how much of what's happening is because of the financial system that has been sort of put in front of us. And I think that this is like, once again, reinterpretation of ancient occult principles that have been sort of presented to us as like the norm of life. And this idea that the economy of all things is fundamental. You know, like the carbon that's being breathed out by a plant in the form of CO2, or sorry, that's being breathed in by a plant in the form of CO2 is being breathed out by a human in the form of CO2. And so this carbon becomes a currency of life. Interesting concept. And they've taken that now, which is 6. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They've taken the 6 and they've made us revolve around it, which is like, when we look at that, there's something quite interesting about that, because it's a hexagram. And so to me, it just seems like we're on the same trajectory that they keep pointing out in history.
There was carbon too. Like we're looking at our carbon footprint. You got to get your carbon monoxide detectors. And it's always about carbon dioxide levels is rising, what's going on with the atmosphere. There's no carbon dioxide levels rising, but it's all carbon. You got carbon fiber now and like carbon resin stuff, but carbon copies. But they're trying to point out that Saturnian number 6. Yeah.
They definitely want us to be revolving around that. And that sort of is the rule, I think, of the hexagram. You know, because the 8 is expressed through the 6 and the 6 is expressed through the 8. Like there's this intricate relationship between 6 and 8.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's to the point where, like, I see people talking about 8 as being like numerologists, as in it represents as above, so below, right? But when I look at the number 6, I see as above, so below. It's literally a hexagram. There's literally one triangle pointing up and one triangle pointing down. You can't get anything more literal than that.
Right.
But like, where did the reinterpretation that 6 was traditionally as above, so below? When did the numerology change for it to be 8 is as above, so below? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
When did that happen? So like there's all these subtle little rearrangements of things. And I think it goes right down to like, when did they start putting tertiary butyl hydroquinone in the food? Like when did that TBHQ suddenly keep in there? Like,
I want that stuff in my life, God. I wish they would take it out. Sometimes it'll be made illegal here by the FDA, but it's not regulated, and policed, so they continue to put it in the food. I think that's going on with the aspartame. That converts to formaldehyde or something.
Is aspartame illegal there?
Yeah, but they still have it in foods and on the table.
Is it illegal in the States?
Yeah.
Since when?
I believe it was made illegal by the FDA. It's not criminally illegal, but it's illegal in the food market by laws. But they don't have to follow the rules, and so they can also put in 5% of things without listing them as well. So
yes,
it's a racket.
That's really interesting. I didn't know. Aspartame is not legal in the USA. But check this out. Right?
Yeah.
It's approved for use in the UK. Right?
Yeah.
And it's regulated but approved in South Africa. And Australia. It's illegal in Australia. And according to China, it's possibly carcinogenic to humans.
Yeah.
But it's still legally approved by Codex Alimentarius commissions and China. How's that?
Man. You got to follow these places that are like really on the cutting edge of this stuff, because a lot of places continue to put this poisonous stuff in there without telling anybody. They don't even put warnings.
I know people that choose to use the stuff in South Africa, and they don't know that it's been made illegal by the FDA. And I think that would be an eye-opener for a lot of people. Because like if something's made illegal, there's usually a reason for it. When did aspartame patent?
Oh, he beat you in the mouth.
No, but this 2021, they had these studies that proved them to be carcinogenic.
Here, let me see. Come here, baby. Come
Let's see
here.
when it was, how long it's been going on
Come
for.
here, honey. Let me see.
Oh, wow.
Come here,
Listen to this.
let me
The
see.
patent expired in the USA in 1992.
Put your face. Don't put your
When was aspartame
Invented in
made
65.
illegal
No.
in USA?
Here.
They discovered it by accident by researching anti-ulcer drugs.
Come here, baby. Come here,
That's
baby.
very interesting.
I know. Come on. Look.
NutraSweet, Equal, and
Watch.
Canderel. Yeah, NutraSweet and Equal are all over the tables and stuff, and they've also shown that these sweeteners are obesogenic, and so a lot of people, the reason that they have a sweetener that's not sugar is oftentimes because of their weight, and so they're going to make themselves gain more weight from having them. But if it's because of your diabetes and your sugar levels, I could see why the people would need more alternative sweeteners.
Don't cry. It's okay.
Well, brother, this has been an enlightening discussion. Thank you. Sorry for this. Keeps doing it. Why is this doing this? Let me turn this off. Thank you so much for gracing us and honoring us on the show, and to Cosmic. It was a lovely show. Are there any last ideas you want to express before we wrap it up? I realize now we've been going more than 5 hours. I was like, when did that happen?
Yeah, I took a couple notes here on some things I didn't get to say earlier. Yeah, okay, babe. No, I don't have anything that's too pertinent to share right now, but I know there was a couple of things I didn't get to do. Well, I'm sure I'll get to in another show. It was interesting about what Cosmic was talking about earlier with the unconscious and the subconscious still being somewhat conscious, and I think there's something interesting there, and I feel like there's the law of one suggests that there's different levels of consciousness that align with the different chakral energies, and that at different levels you have different levels of alertness or awareness, but you still have conscience and sentience. And so I think that's an interesting thing to mention. If anybody's interested in the law of one, it's pretty fascinating. They suggest that a lot of the indigo rays have come back from the future to come back to a time of conflict and challenges to help guide people to a better future timeline. It's interesting philosophy. It was channeled by someone in the 80s. A woman channeled the information, and it was written down from Ra, who was said to have been it was a collective mind of the Venetian people from Venus. That's a very interesting thing. I think you might be muted. I think you were muted, Franklin. What were you saying?
I was just saying, I think collectivism was a big thing in the past.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get us back there.
Mm-hmm.
So whether that's part of the psyops or whether that's genuine, like, I'm sure that at some point in our history, collectivism was a big thing. And they do want to get us back there. Because things tend to work in cycles, don't they? Like life, everything. So at some point we would have been, in the golden age, and at some point we would have been in the lead age. And we are now in the lead age, where we are being lead, right? When we're not being poisoned with lead, we're being led. So there's something quite interesting in that. And Saturn's metal is lead, and it's all about being led.
Yeah. And the word that he uses is social memory complex to guide the people with the collective mind. Of planetary people from the land of Venus, which is recently found to have had habitable land and oceans and water up until about 750 million years ago, at which point it became increasingly hot. The day on Venus is now shorter than its year, which is said to have led to that issue of the heating of the surface. It said that the moon will slow the orbit of a planet over time.
Well, brother, it's been an absolute honor. And I've got to go and wee and drink water and maybe make myself a cup of bitter cacao. An interesting thing that was mentioned by Laura earlier was the top 5 things that cause basically neurological decline, right? Like dementia, Alzheimer's, whatever. And obviously antidepressants, opiates, benzodiazepine, and another one. I would reckon to add to that would probably be sodium benzoate or tartrazine. Right? I'm pretty sure these things have a pretty heavy effect on the brain. And of course, any mercury-based products, maybe like fish, that's been, fish that's been poisoned because they seem to be like very high. I'm sure that any heavy metals, aluminium, mercury, and an increase of heavy metals in the brain is probably going to have the same sort of effect. But
have you heard about this moon of Venus called Zuzvi?
Zuzvi.
Yeah, Zuzvi. Zuzva. I don't know how it's pronounced.
Zuzvi. I don't really know about it.
V-E. I think it might be a recent discovery.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to take a look at that.
Absolutely.
Well, brother, it's been an honor. Thank you, everybody that's been in the chat. I'm getting nervous because I don't want to wee in my pants. My dogs haven't been on my case to wee yet, which is interesting. They're sleeping like babies. I'm the one who's crying for a wee. But it's been a total honor, brother, and all the other brothers. And it's been an honor to everybody joining us in the chat. I hope you guys got what you came for. Prayers and love and blessings to you guys and to yourself. And sending you all so much love, warm blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Om Shanti.
Blessed be.
Take it easy till we see you on the flip side.
Thanks to everybody.